goodbye. Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same, or do you feel the pressure? I promise I'd take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. coming. Ain't nothing.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny, and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now! As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, There are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with mini banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
ممكن يفعلها اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا يحب ما تكونش في الحضان يعطيها تكون للاحلام.
Hello and welcome back everyone to day 5, also known as the last day of the final week of League Play right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. And of course we're back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now as we know, today is probably the most important day outside of the finals for these teams. Not only is it the last day of League Play, but is also the day in which we see who will be making it through into our top 12 to head over for some of that Livik action. But we will also be seeing who will be our top 16 teams to move through to the finals and lock in those additional bonus points in the process. So be sure to buckle up your seatbelts, return your trays to their upright position as the teams are getting ready for takeoff. My name is DK and I'm of course accompanied by the one and only Ez Proxy. Ez, how are you doing today?
Good, feeling good, DK. It is the day. It is the day that we're going to know who's going to be those top 12, who's going to be the 16 coming back next week for the finals, as you've just so beautifully mentioned, and of course, who is going to be pushing it right up until the end, pushing their limits and going past their boundaries. So far, we've already seen the teams stepping up massively, and DK, I think today is going to be a spicy day.
Oh, I've got a whole cabinet full of spice ready, right? There's going to be so much action to come on through. But of course, we'd love to take this opportunity to remind our viewers of our socials. Tell us, who do you think is going to be the team, right, to walk away with a winner chicken dinner on Livik? I know it's quite far away still, right? It's the very end of the day, but tell us, who do you think is going to be the team to walk away with that winner chicken dinner? You can do so by hitting us up on social media, of course, over on YouTube, on the MENA channel, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. And be sure to include the lovely hashtag right there, PMPL Africa alongside your predictions, but also tell us what you think of your particular team's performance, right? Have you stuck to one particular team, or like I asked yesterday, have you actually jumped over and started supporting another team, or maybe just added in more teams to your tally to give much love to?
It is. I mean, again, we mentioned yesterday there's been such compelling stories. Of course, as the teams had to battle up against a brand new format from the previous PMPL Africa Spring, and we can take a look at that just to remind of our viewers how things have changed. You know, doing away with the Super Weekends has been quite a bit of a change, just, you know, for us to adapt to, but of course the teams as well, because it places so much more importance on their every single day of play. And as they move through from week 1 to 2 to 3, we are obviously going to be seeing that addition of the bonus points at the end. And of course, at the end of this week, it's that extra set of bonus points, TK.
Yes, it's the double whammy, right? So both of those pink points come into play today, right? 20 points up for grab for the league stage, but also 20 for the overall rank over all 3 phases. So today's going to be a very, very, very important day to see just how many points these teams are able to move into those finals. But of course, as we know, right, we've been playing over several days so far. This brings us today to the very last one. We've already started all the way back on the 30th. It feels like such a far distant day, but we've already progressed through 3 weeks of performances, and all that's left after today is the league finals itself, right? That is going to be next weekend, so it's going to be an absolute jam-packed weekend, looking to see who will be the teams to maybe move through towards the MEA Championship. So quite a exciting, another hurdle to come on through. But of course, as we know, right, not only are we going to be looking to see who will be our teams moving up into these different respective places, but the teams themselves are also, aside from playing for prize money, right? They're playing for their share of the prize pool. And as we know by now, it is a very lovely prize pool coming through on $100,000. The teams there between 1st and 20th place, everybody is going to be walking away with that $2,500 in their bank. But it's in the finals where they get the opportunity to unlock even more cash.
Yeah, when they really get to push it right up until that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. First, of course, taking that $10,000. So a lot of money up for play, and of course, the extra added bonus of being the MVP or the league MVP will grant you that extra $1,000. So all that just accumulating to an absolutely spicy season, as we've seen the teams really pushing it. And, you know, who doesn't like a little bit of reward for all of their hard work and efforts that they've been bringing in day after day, week after week? And of course, moving into day, none of that is going to end. We still have quite a few teams that have to push to fight for their positions up into the top 12, you know, if they want to join us there on Livik. And of course, how they're going to be closing the gaps on the overall total points. But we can take a look at how the teams can do that exactly.
Yep, they are, of course, going to be utilizing our point structure, right? The large maps are going to be worth those 15 points for that winner chicken, then trickling down all the way to where the teams ending between that 13th to 16th place will be walking away with no placement points. Over on Livik, it changes ever so slightly, right? First place being worth 10 points, and again, it trickles down to 0, as we can see there, for that 9th to 12th position. But they can make up for that by locking in eliminations. As we know, eliminations are worth a single point, so the more they can find, the more points they can add to their placement tally, ensuring that they are able to bring in those necessary points to get themselves situated in those slots which they're aiming to achieve, especially now today. As we know, we've got a few teams still trying to get themselves from that 3rd page up on towards our 2nd page and into that top 16, or potentially even all the way in towards the top 12.
Yeah, and there's just so many opportunities for the teams to really step it on up. But as you mentioned, those teams, we can take a look at them once again in their respective groups. And this will be the last time we find them in these specific groups before we move on to the finals, when it's only 16 that will return. So unfortunately, at the end of the day, we will have to say goodbye to 4 of these wonderful teams. And I mention it time and time again, DK, it hurts my heart to have to say goodbye to any of these teams, because all of them have been so wonderful in their own ways as we move through the weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate, but that is that is just the way of the way of the world, right? Or the way of this league in particular, as the teams are going to be digging out for their last chance here today. And then when it's in the finals, right, there's no map rotation, there's no group shuffling. It is just action, action, action across the board. So our groups here will have the opportunity once again to prove themselves and lock in those extra few points. But of course, now speaking about teams having to prove themselves, right, we need to get a bit of an idea as to who needs to put in what amount of work to get themselves into those more favorable positions. So let's take a look at our week's overall standings. Of course, no surprise to see 1 million sitting up in pole position there with 265 points. Virtual Gaming also then with their own 4 winner chicken dinners, sitting only on 196 points. And this again is right where the emphasis of that 1 point per elimination comes through, right? 1 million definitely just capitalizing on that. And we saw quite a bit of that happening just yesterday.
Oh, yes, we did. And I actually took a look at the grand totals that we've seen for all of these teams over all 3 weeks. Already 1 million have picked up more points in this season than they did for the previous season coming through in PMPL Spring. So you can already just imagine how these teams have been pushing. Obviously, for all of the other spots and opportunities that come after this stage, they have definitely been bringing the action. And in fact, if you take a look at the grand total scheme of things, 1 million only 2 points behind Titans, who we know have been ridiculous in the last couple of weeks. But this time, they've got a bit more of an obstacle. They've got a bit more of a challenge with teams, especially on this side of things, stepping up massively. And we've seen how these teams have really brought in such a beautiful consistency. I mean, just taking a look at Leaders Esports now doing so well to manage up their eliminations and placement points and bringing in those balances that we have been asking for a while, because we know they can, we know they can hit the hits, but they also need to get those all-important placements.
Yep, they definitely need to do that. And as we know, right, today's going to be the final few games for these teams to lock it in, right? The aim here is to just try and find as many points as you can possibly get. And of course, as we know, the top 12 teams will have an additional opportunity to do exactly that over on towards Livik. And as we've seen in our previous 2 Liviks, it is an absolute jam-packed amount of action that we have coming through. But again, right, looking at the second page, it is still very much a possibility for anyone to make these jumps. I mean, I'm loving the position coming through here for Legends of War. We've also seen the players there from Darkness also just doubling down on the efforts. And as we know, they are no strangers to our very final page, as we are going to be taking a look to see who is situated on that end. It is going to be Super Young Stars, Mad Knight, TEAMLAG, as well as Blackjack Esports. Now, last week, we did see the players from Blackjack still sitting in a very similar kind of position as in which they find themselves today. But last week, they were able to pull themselves out of this position all the way up into the top 12. But I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to be on the cards for them also then today to pull off a move like that once again.
And I have to give a big shout out there towards Lag. We know the teams were absolutely brutal yesterday with such an incredible amount of, energy that they brought through, and the executions that these teams really brought to the stage were incredible. I mean, just thinking about that moment that Team Lag had to take on the Titans, they're over on towards Sanhok. And well, guess what happened? Team Lag took out the entirety of Titans without dropping a single member, moving on into the rest of Sanhok, which again, as we mentioned, if we had that conversation, if we had that statement 2 weeks ago, DK, yeah. I wouldn't have believed what I said. I wouldn't. I would have called, a lying detecting test, because clearly I'm talking about a little bit of nonsense, but they have stepped up massively.
Yeah, I mean, the team's just shaping up so phenomenally. But of course, speaking about shaping up, right, we also give a big shout out to our big sponsors, right? Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So much love going out to them. But of course, we also need to give a big shout out to Oppo. So Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And again, today's going to be the final opportunity before we move into the finals for these teams to engage that gamer mode, to push up that energy as best they can, and to see who's going to be the teams to rise to the top of the occasion. Of course, several opportunities lay ahead, but as we know, right, we are going to be starting it off with quite an exciting rotation of maps coming through, right? We've gone away from the heavy days and now moving back into a little bit more balanced approach, right? We are going to be starting on Miramar, changing it up with Erangel in between the second Miramar, then moving over in towards Sanhok before closing it off with our last Erangel. And then, of course, our top 12 teams are going to be proceeding through on towards the ever lovely Livik.
Oh, it's going to be a spicy day. And again, a day of fantastic balance in terms of, the larger maps, the slower paced match to, our more heavy close quarter combat maps like Sanhok or, well, as we know, Livik, which is just a whole different beast to try and take on. But the teams are definitely ready for it. We mentioned yesterday that if we could compare the teams, how they've been playing, to the first week, imagine just the difference that we've been seeing. And I didn't like just saying that without looking at some of the stats. So I took a look at some of our top fives currently in this week, like Virtual Gaming, Seoul Esports, and Arab Golden. And all of them have already gotten more points than they have in the previous 2 weeks. Not all together, but just from week to week to week, they've already stepped up massively, obviously, to find themselves in those better positions. But I mean, a team like, for example, Arab Golden, who is currently sitting on 149 points, in the last 2 weeks were either on 101, 110. And massive step-ups from like Seoul Esports, going from 147 to 175, and it keeps on going. So it is beautiful to see the teams and how they've been bringing the action.
Yeah, I mean, we were asking over the previous 2 weeks, right, for the teams situated on those lower positions to really step it up, right? And they have rose to the occasion. That has brought quite a bit of an upset through. But we are yet to see the teams now on our collective overall, right? The total tally over the all 3 weeks, right? We are still having a few teams that are pretty close to breaking out, right? And this is going to be their final opportunity to do exactly that. But for the time being, it is going to be the players there from TEAMLAG to be those gatekeepers for the top 16. Right behind them is going to be the Super Young Stars, but there's only a 9-point difference between 16th and 17th position. So I'm expecting quite a bit of a fight to come through, right? I'm pretty sure the teams are well aware of their overall positioning, where they find themselves with regards to that top 20, who's going to be those 16 teams potentially. But again, today's going to be that final opportunity, right? So now, what better way to do it other than hopping straight into the action, moving over in towards Miramar to see what the teams will have to work with. Of course, the flight path is going to be a little bit more towards that southern side, as we can see the lovely Los Higos just disappearing off of the screen. That means Chumacera is up ahead. And that, of course, then essentially means, as we are sitting with a western flight path.
Jumping on up into the crazy terrain that is Chumacera, but we'll have to wait and see how the teams are going to be working with that, depending on where that zone is going to present itself. Of course, we know there have been some interesting changes so far, but it looks like we won't be having a Western Zone, unfortunately, DK. There's a quick rehost that needs to jump on in. These gremlins, they love to just jump on into the action, especially on a day like today.
I mean, if we're getting into that first match of the day, right, we want to ensure that it is as perfect as we can get it, right? No bumps in the road. We want to have smooth sailing moving forward. No turbulence whatsoever. I think it's maybe just the pilot that had a little bit of that turbulence. I think that hot air rising, that could have been it, right? But of course, let's jump straight on through to see what is going to be happening as we move back on in. Of course, we are still sticking with our flight path. It was just they figured out that it was just a little light on the engine, right? Just a little bit of a tap, fixed the light, and the problem was gone.
Yeah, they just had to double check a parachute, and it was a false alarm, everybody. It looked a little bit weird, but everything's all packed, everything looks all good. The teams are now on the ground looking at this beautiful zone that's honestly not bad at all. I mean, complementary to the flight path that we're seeing, a lot of very key points. I mean, I'm taking a look at, Hacienda del Patron, Pecado, we've got El Pozo, we've got Los Leones, we've got so many, favorite spots for these teams that we're going to be seeing. Well, if we could see their faces, we would have seen a lot of happy faces right now as the teams all have some great opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just hope and trust that these teams are indeed quite happy. I mean, they are firing off a few celebratory hits there, as we could see, as other players there from Seoul are in a hot pursuit of Legends of War. But again, I gotta say, right, very complimentary flight path, as you've already pointed out, the zone rather, to the flight path. But this is going to allow for a great continuation for these teams to get themselves now into those positions where they feel most comfortable, bring in that fortification, and then just dial that performance up till it breaks.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're taking a look at just the way that, this week has been shaping up, we started off with such a not a quiet week, but a very, very specific week. I mean, the teams were very particular in the way that they were, rotating. We had a lot of longevity with these teams. They were, trying to avoid as many of those hot drops or those earlier engagements as much as possible. And then, well, we came back Friday and yeah, the team said that they were bored from that, so they just decided to step it on up. Yesterday, we had some of the highest eliminations compared to this entire week, with one of our top teams ending up on 45. Which, if I take a look at the rest of the week, I mean, I'm looking at 21, 34, 25 as our top teams, as our top placements. So just in terms of the general focus, of course, it has been phenomenal. But we always do have those shining teams that step on up with some crazy eliminations. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on Titan Gaming as an example. As we know, running off with that roster, especially on Sanhok, they're terrifying. DK, I would disconnect if I found myself in the same lobby as them.
Oh yes,
God.
don't worry. Don't worry. I wouldn't even get in the plane. I mean, I just go like, that's fine.
Goodbye.
I'm okay. I'm okay with Spawn Island. I'll just build sandcastles or whatever, right? I'm happy right there. It's not
cool.
even gonna be a competition. I mean, we were talking about this just before we started it, right? I mean, just looking at how these players are performing, and with this, I'm referring to the competitive level in general, right? Just PUBG mobile competitive level, right? These players, these athletes, because that's what they are, right? These
Oh
athletes,
yes.
if you look at the way that they are moving, the way that they are going about these maps, how they're going about the altercations, it doesn't look like it's on a phone. Right,
No.
we need to remind ourselves every now and again that this is a mobile game. It's people playing on their phones, right? They're not playing on console, they're not playing on PC. This is only in a handheld, small little device in which you can text your mom and say, "Hi, mom, I love you too." you know?
No, exactly that. Like, if I compare them to my movement on PUBG on PC, they do a much better job. Okay, I don't want to embarrass myself that much today, but I will just end off with saying they do a much better job. But of course, we know the teams have been stepping it up, and that's just been the beauty of it. I mean, I mentioned previously, like virtual gaming, for example, huge to see them jumping up to the top. As we know, they were our previous season winners, and they have already, ensured that they're like 4 points away from picking up 200. Where in the previous 2 weeks they were hovering around 148, 145. So there's an immediate jump up for these teams. And I mean, virtual gaming, it's not like they're really uncomfortable on the standings, at least so far what we've seen. But all of these teams are just pushing it. And now we can see Ivar, I mean, to be one of the first players, or one of the second players at least, on Miramar, to step on up and hopefully just alongside their team survive this onslaught coming through from leaders.
Yeah, we're waiting to have that first initial knock come through, right? That is going to kick off the party for us here, and it could maybe be at the expense of Shadowin. You can see them now quickly just trying to patch up that health bar once again. But we also then do have the players from Lag on a slow, steady approach coming through from that western side. So not only do we have leaders in Wave, but there could be even more of that third-party play coming up. Of course, also then we did see the players there from Mad Knight situated just slightly over towards the western side. So it's going to be a matter of time before the action really starts to kick off. And the teams are now just constantly moving closer. And the Beast, of course, is going to be the one to kick the proceedings off as they step up with that very first knock in match number 1 on our very last day.
All right. We love to see it. Now, come on, bring us a little bit more. Don't just stop there. It's only been one knock. We need a little bit more. Wave Esports, of course, they are looking to get some of that recovery going here as Uskola is going to step on up and actually get the confirmation onto Rhino. So unfortunately here now for Wave Esports, as if it was enough, just dealing with one team, maybe they might have to look at the second as Mad Knight. So pretty close in contention here towards the central part of that zone, which is already quite stacked, DK, which is impressive to see at the 7-minute marker. We've got so many teams within this vicinity that Wave Esports, I'm not sure how they can get themselves out of this one.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a difficult call to be making right here, right? But as we know, these teams are here for a reason. They've shown their proficiencies. They've shown us that they are more than capable to survive and make it through these altercations. But it's all going to come down to how they're going to be looking to approach this, right? Lag for the time being also is going to be hanging around slightly towards this or the southwestern side, just keeping their ears open, waiting to see if they can maybe spot out a few rotations. We know the players there from Team 1 Million are rotating just a slight bit further north, just out of render range. So there's a lot of teams. I mean, you said there was a lot of teams in the region, but it's becoming even more so as we do have even more players now on the approach.
And of course, Leaders Esports, they are looking for Ivar. We can see Morteza just repositioning on in, trying to get a bit of flanking position here, and looking for the rest of Wave Esports. Of course, we don't know what information they have. Maybe they don't know the numbers. Maybe they know that's only Ivar. But at this point in time, they are playing it safe. They do not want to take any unnecessary risks. You know, we want to make sure that all the teams, the numbers, we're going to keep as much of that in check as we possibly can. So moving on up into the rest of the map, we can see everyone really going for that earlier rotation. I mean, it's Darkness, Soul Esports, and Titans alongside one round that are teetering around the outside, but they're on the cusp of getting into the zone, and that already just signifies to me that the teams are here to play.
Yeah, and as we know, for a team like Titan in particular, right, that is kind of their strategy when coming through on towards Miramar, right? They hang around towards those edges, at least for these first few initial phases. But then, once they start moving in towards the zone itself, that's when it really starts becoming quite sweaty. And for the time being, I think it is going to be a very contentious position towards that western side, as we see even more teams now starting to just converge onto that point. But as a result of that, the south is a very comfortable position to be in, right? So Soul and Blackjack, they're going to be having quite a bit of leisure time towards that southern edge. No one really venturing in there as either for them to maybe bring in an extra bit of that disruption.
Yeah, so I mean, there's some good opportunities for some of the teams towards the outskirts. You know, again, can't really blame them for taking that kind of an approach. It just provides you a little bit of space, especially when, well, right behind you, it's the blue zone. So you're not expecting a team to just pop on out of there in the middle of nowhere. But we'll take a look at how some of the other teams are looking to shake things up. Leaders Esports now finding 1 million as Venom does get that knock, and the rest of 1 million moving on into position to try and just contain the chaos. Lazy Boy and Marshall immediately taking a wider spread, and it looks like we'll be ultimately seeing them take on that 2-2 split, as Leaders have such a good line of sight onto the position that they hold.
I'm loving this position being held here by PRZ, but of course, Senke with that Mini 14 coming through once again. Oh, if PLD saw that, right, I was expecting a few chills to go down their spine, because as we know, Senke with that Mini 14, once they lock in, it becomes quite challenging to convince them elsewise, right? Otherwise, rather. But of course, we do see that 8-time scope on there as well, so that is going to allow quite a bit of reach to come through. Now, Beast is going to have a few visitors trying to join them up on the hillside. But for the time being, it does seem like Beast is going to be relatively safe, right? It does also then present the rest of the team with a bit of an opportunity to maybe close this gap and bring in that extra bit of pressure.
Possibly, possibly there's going to be an opportunity, but you can see Arab Golden, or in particular Ban, trying to take a bit of a rotation. 1 million is going to spot them on out, but the rest of Arab Golden are here to try and recover their losses. Wiz in particular, look at the damage that they applied there to Lazy Boy, who just narrowly escapes. But again, Ban is still bleeding on out, and recovering them in the situation is it's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
Because they unfortunately are going to have to go right up this ridgeline in view of 1 million.
Yeah, and of course, Angelo and Golden also quite some distance away. As you can see, Wiz now just showing us exactly where they are. It's going to be Angelo on the approach. Golden still hanging back ever so slightly. But again, right, the more fortifications they can bring in here, the better the odds are for them to not only pull off that res, but also bring in a good answer to the aggression that we know is lying in wait there coming through from 1 million.
And they've stepped it up already, but now, well, this is the true test, isn't it? 1 million has been so formidable already. That confirmation there towards Ban, unfortunately, will mean that Angelo went on in for nothing and will now have to look for that recovery or that rescue attempt to just wait until the next map as they try and get themselves out of the situation. Senke and Lazy Boy, of course, just applying the pressure here to Arab Golden, who still find themselves now outside of the zone. You know, the detour that they had to take for this recovery, not paying off, and now has delayed them getting into a safer position, especially with that zone shift, DK. It's just going to make this trip even longer.
Oh, yes. But I'm loving the position being held there by 1 million, right? They can actually leverage their current safe area play towards Arab Golden, but it doesn't seem like they are going to be two-faced with that. Instead, they're going to be looking to get themselves resituated back down towards that far southern edge. Titans, of course, are going to be moving closer towards virtual gaming, as we saw in the zone. But leaders now trying to make a quick break as Ivar tries to pick up a few of those last moment sprays. Does succeed in finding PRZ. That could be a start of a beautiful opening for them. But as we know, right, we are yet to see where the rest of the Wave team is and whether or not they're actually going to look to bring in a bit of contribution to the carnage.
Well, I can tell you exactly where they are. They're towards Hacienda del Patron. So,
Ooh.
Ivar, you're on your own, buddy. Whatever you want to do in the situation, just be careful, because it will unfortunately have to be a solo man army here as Ivar now immediately turns on around in perfect timing towards Carry Boy.
Oh, and this is going to be a risky play, though. As we can see, Ivar, locked in with that Tommy gun, but takes a little bit of damage coming in from behind. Oh, this is not the point in time where you want to be completely isolated from your team as Gary Boy rushes on forward, locks in that elimination. And that is Wave Esports now reduced down to only 2. Titans, meanwhile, will continue their efforts towards virtual gaming, as we can see Teak just on the exterior here, looking for a bit of a vantage point to play at. Is going to be peering to cross Alpha Luigi in that building. Oh, that could be a beautiful angle to be had, of course. Now Teak just sending it out one shot. Also just keeping their distance, but Alpha Luigi tries to run away. But Teak says no, down they go. And a beautiful knock coming in.
Of course, Titans, they want control of this compound to themselves. It is within the zone. It's a great position to hold there towards the outskirts, and they can potentially leverage it for a little bit more. But Gaddafi once again stepping on up. But Teak's so good with the trade. So much pressure being applied both ways, but ultimately this seems to be going the way of Titans.
Yes, it does indeed seem like it is heading in that direction. One shot now going to be making a bit of a break, right? It's not going to be sticking around, just trying to put as much distance in between themselves and the efforts coming through there from the Titan team. But I think it's pretty safe to say that we're not going to see one shot get that res over on towards Gaddafi. But fortunately, there is already a little bit of that pressure being alleviated, right? Puncher is down, but now we've got Axe and Teague getting ready to move up. We've got to have Golden pulling in alongside them. So who knows? This could be that saving grace now for one shot. Well, indeed it is. It is going to be Angelo to lock in that hit on towards Axa.
Hey, there we go, there we go. Just helping out your neighbors in this situation. One shot looking to steal off those confirmations with a nade being popped on through, but Titans will unfortunately lose to as Arab Golden move on in for the cleanup. Now, all of their members holding, and again, this is forced because of that contention they had with 1 million, taking such a far rotation, but hello. We need to keep an eye out on what's going to happen here with one shot, because we've got Arab Golden, we've got 1 million up and on the high rise, but of course, they need to get themselves into zone.
Yeah, and with that, it is also then Titans down to only 1. Not quite sure if they're going to survive much longer, but it is then also Lag and Leaders going toe-to-toe with Fantasy, trying to bring in a bit of a strafe here, and up comes the full-on assault as Lag take down the players there from Leaders Esports. Wow, absolutely a phenomenal performance coming through. And as we know, right, Leaders currently sitting second place over on the grand total standings, right? If we look at the standings from this season and the previous season. So for Lag to step up and bring in a play like that, absolutely amazing.
And we can say the same when they took out Titans yesterday. So Lag just stepping up the game one day at a time. But of course, the rest of the team still having something to say about it. Blackjack Esports here just alongside Soul, holding quite an interesting opportunity here as they hold some hard cover. Soul Esports, of course, here within the trenches, within the fantastic terrain that they have to work with. But of course, we know there's a few other teams lurking in and about the midst. But now 1 million, hello, they've surprised Arab Golden.
Yeah, and Arab Golden, well, they welcome the surprise. They step up and trade down Marshall. Off they go. And now it is all down to Senke looking to see what they can manage to pull off here. It is going to be quite a bit of a struggle, right? A very isolated position. But fortunately for Senke, the entirety of the Southern Territory is only occupied by Arab Golden, right? So they will be a little bit of a position to be played at here. As you can see, Senke now trying to find that opportune approach to be taking. It does seem like Arab Golden are getting ready to mobilize themselves and instead move elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely looking for a little bit more of a better opportunity. Maybe some higher, higher angles that they can hold into the next zone. And then meanwhile, we do see the solo from Titans picking up a little bit of contention there towards Desert Flame, getting an immediate confirmation there on towards Flacco, and maybe even looking for a bit more. But
Oh.
Teak will be sent back to the lobby at long last. But Seoul Esports, again, they would have seen all of this occur.
Yeah, and of course now it's going to be those third-party hits coming through from Senkei. The shots that we see touching down. Senkei trying to capitalize on the carnage up ahead. I mean, that is an absolute insane distance. We can see those third-party plays being had from, but it is going to be Angelo to close it up as they secure the elimination on towards Senkei. Desert Flame also then getting reduced down to only one. It's going to be DWAS now left to try and survive. But lag on the approach once again. It is going to be 1-9. Cacao and Fantasy pushing in from that southwestern side. Weiss, meanwhile, we're taking a bit of a swing over onto the place here from Mad Knight. But Mad Knight, they don't have that position locked into the zone just yet.
No, and unfortunately, I mean, the way that they're looking to take it in is going to be right alongside Zakaria there from Wave and just to, well, the north of Seoul Esports. So this is going to be quite the fight. As we can see, YC already saying that you are not allowed to step on my lawn. This is my territory. Get out of here. Mad Knight, they're going to have quite the mission cut out for them as Lag Esports also hold their own up against DWAS, who's trying to apply some great pressure here.
Yeah, Cacao already getting traded down as DWAS just speared over that ridge line and locked in the shots now. All the pressure riding on Fantasy and 1-9. But DWAS, they will have none of that, right? They're just going to be chilling on the edge, utilizing this ridge. But as we know, they can't do this for too long. The blue zone is going to start closing up momentarily. Meanwhile, Cacao has been rezzed up. But of course now the players from Seoul also taking a little bit of an opportunistic play here. Are going to be looking to make a mad dash. But now it is DWAS to get spotted out. One hit away from the end. Oh, come on. Up comes the full send now as it is going to be Cacao and 1-9 rushing to close up that door. They do succeed on the opposite end. We see the players there from Slime 4K team meeting their end at the hand of Legends of War.
Oh, and just after they picked up their first winner chicken dinner of this week on Sanhok yesterday, they'll have to just wait for the next map to really showcase a little bit of something else. Blackjack now trying to find some great confirmations here on towards Legends of War, already taking out Lash and looking for Powerboy and Flick, who are just motoring on into the zone, looking for any opportunity to try and hide away, but it will be down to Flick for Legends of War story to continue.
Well, the zone proving to be quite the challenge, right? As you can see, it is just hit after hit all over the place. Now, Blackjack moving in from the edge, still having all the numbers up. But they're not the only team. We have several teams also just spread out throughout the entirety. Seoul also just stepping up to remind them that they need to keep their eyes absolutely glued to what is happening in front of them. As Phoenix now quickly manages to duck back into the safety. But again, Hemo on the approach, YC keeping up the pressure. And this could be a beautiful angle now being played here by Seoul as we can see the nades starting to connect on up.
Oh, Hemo just narrowly missing that last one, but of course we know the pressure's not going to be letting up anytime soon. This northwestern portion of the zone is absolutely contested. So many teams trying to get in from this line. You can see Blackjack Esports now holding up against Seoul, but do they suspect Zakaria to step on up from the ridgeline, maybe finding a connection there on towards Chronal? There's the step up, finding the connection.
Oh, Zakaria trying to get it. Gets the knock, but down they go. Now Blackjack down to only Phonics and Reverb. The final two contenders, and it's going to be an absolute mad bash now as we can see Seoul Esports pushing on forward, picking up Phonics. And all the pressure now riding solely on Reverb. And see whether or not they're going to be able to pull off that res. The shots continue to just get laid on so thick. Reverb instead going to be leaving Chronal behind and focusing on that longevity. Now, as we know, only a few more seconds left on the clock before that blue zone takes yet another shift. And up comes the nades. Could this be Hemo to close it out? Oh, getting so close. Chronal gets confirmed. Reverb just trying to survive on that very edge, but not having much luck at this point.
Oh, Myth moving on in to take out Darkness here over towards the northern points of the zone. But of course, we know that the zone shift has moved more towards the southern portions. So they will still have to make quite a bit of a trip down and see what's happening. In the meanwhile, Reverb out in the open. Hemo looking to just jump on in, give them a bit of a surprise. And that will be the confirmation that Blackjack gets sent back into the lobby as these teams now motor on into the south.
Well, with that, we mosey on to 6 teams, right? As we can see, of course, it is Soul, Myth, Lag, App Golden, Virtual Gaming, as well as 1 round. But no one really being in possession of that zone at this point in time. It's still going to be a very contentious play. Looking to see who can get it under lockdown. But Myth trying to patch themselves up. Soul taking a 2-2 split. We got Ramsey. Momin and Brody situated towards that northern edge. With Ramsey and Farok coming in on the side. But Soul going to be taking that plunge in towards center zone. And they'll be greeted by an absolute barrage of crossfire from all over the place, right? Lag bringing in their contribution. We got the players here, Arab Golden also focusing through, but now Lag getting picked up as they are quick defensive shots to be played. Virtual Gaming still in the swing of things. We can see 1 shot also being quite a bit of a thorn in the side of Lag.
Oh, yes, indeed. And maybe another nade on top will just add to the madness here. 1-9 just along the ridgeline. Would love to get that res on towards Fantasy, but as we know, that's not going to be the case, as 1 shot even takes 1-9 down to just a smidgen of HP. Now, of course, it is going to be the lone hopeful here from Lag up against the lone hopeful here from Virtual Gaming. As 1-9 steps into the vehicle, might just have to try and make a dash out into safety.
Ooh. Yeah, 1 shot, 1-9, closing that one out, and there we have it, right down to 4 teams we go, but 1 shot also now going to be falling, as we see Hemo doubling up on the efforts, but down goes Hemo as Farok steps to the plate, and now we are down to the 3 final teams. Soul Esports are going to be reduced, potentially, either Dust or down to 1, as we can see at our oof now. Yep, the answer is Dust. Off they go. Broly swoops on in and closes it out. It is now going to be the fight between Team Myth and Arab Golden to see who will be the team to walk away with our very first winner chicken dinner for the day. There we go. Angelo taking quite a bit of a punch to the face. Moment now still trying to bring in that focus onto the rest of the team.
Yeah, the spread coming through here from Myth. I mean, they're just holding such good control of the zone. It's Arab Golden that are now under the pressure cooker. Very much of a reverse situation of when we last saw them on Miramar with that winner chicken dinner. How are they going to manage this push into the zone?
Well, we'll have to wait to see what happens. But here we go. It's going to be Moment now just finding beautiful angles once again. Wiz also just sneaking their way a little bit further on forward. But it is going to be a lot of effort now being put towards those vehicles, trying to bring in those explosions. But let's see, will Ramsey be able to secure a decent off-angle flank now? It is going to be a full-on send. 4 players from Mistel up. Broly pushing in from that southern edge. Finds a beautiful angle as Ramsey gets the hit up on towards Golden. Now up comes the full send. Is this going to be that winner chicken dinner for Myth? 1 player standing between them. Will it be Wiz or will it be Angelo? You can see the nades coming through. Oh, Ramsey falls. Broly, Moment, Farok still in position. They can push up and maybe clutch it out. But Broly quickly looking to patch up that health bar. This could be that final opportunity to push through and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. Golden trying to ensure that they are moving into this fight with the best possible numbers they can find. But again, right, Broly also getting into that reload, prepping for what is the inevitable. Let's see how this one unfolds. We got mollies all over the place. We got the smoke grenades finding their own position. Of course, a slight barrage of utility is going to be finding its way on through as well. But up comes the shots now. Wiz getting connected. Up comes the full send as Broly gets ready to rush on forward. I wonder if he's on 660 shots or 990, whichever way it is. It is an absolute bloodbath as we can see 2 knocks coming through. Golden, the final hopeful, and they fall as Myth step up and secure themselves the very first winner chicken dinner in the very last day of league play.
Hey, let's go. Myth jumping on up just to showcase that they're back on Miramar and they're looking for those chicken dinners. Great opportunity there from them. Bringing in those 11 eliminations really going to help bolster them on the overall standings. And we'll take a look at that a little bit later on. But just a beautiful step from Broly there to find such a crucial position. They knew exactly what the gameplay had to be for Arab Golden, what exactly that line of sight would have been. And they set themselves up beautifully in that position, waiting, primed, and set to ensure that that flank was not going to be going the way of Arab Golden.
I mean, speak about a contentious day, right? That was only the start of the action, and it's only going to go up from here, as we know. All the teams coming to the realization that this is that final opportunity to bring in the necessary change, and Myth rising to the occasion, as we saw just there. coming in with that glorious winner chicken dinner, 11 eliminations alongside that. And that, of course, then means that they should be sitting quite pretty with regards to those points. So let's take a look and see just how many points they were able to secure. Of course, it is 26 points in total. They're followed quite closely by the players coming through there from Arab Golden Esports, taking that second position, 7 eliminations and 19 total points.
Yeah, tied, of course, with TEAMLAG picking up 7 eliminations, but the placements start to differ up just a tad. But a great double-digit effort there from our top 5 over here towards Miramar. So that gives me a little bit of hope that there's some good point distribution as we move on into the second page, with a few of the other teams just rounding on up with some great efforts. Of course, as we take a look at that second page in particular, we can see what the spread of points were and how the teams are trying to keep it on even, as every single team picked up a point one way or another.
Yeah, well, every single team picking up eliminations. That is what we want to see. There's not a single team. Well, I'm wrong, all right? Of course, the players from one round, they weren't able to find anything. But everybody else, right? Walking away with eliminations to their name. But yes, every single team walking away with points on the board. And that's the kind of action we love to have coming into our very last day of league play. But as we know, right, there's so much at stake here. The team's really having to just crack down. And of course, we are also then yet to see the players from Group E step forward and show us what they are going to be bringing into this very last day.
Yeah, absolutely. As they make their debut in our next match, we know pressures are running high, but let's take a look at the fantastic open moments we've just witnessed, just to remind ourselves what happened on the first Miramar of the last day of week 3. Of course, starting off with Ivar and their triumphant attempt, I guess, to take out Leaders Esports. I mean, it was a solo play that they had to make work there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very challenging position they found themselves in, but you know what? I think they dealt with it relatively well. But of course, as we neared the end of the game, that is where things really got quite difficult. As you can see, so many challenging angles to be had here. And Reverb also trying to keep up the position, but Hemo just had none of that, stepped up. But that's where we saw that beautiful chain fight break out, right? It was knock upon knock upon knock. So the player who gets the knock or the elimination then in turn gets taken down. Gotta love it though, but of course that makes us even more excited to see what the teams will be bringing through as we move into our remaining 4 games.
Yeah, so it's going to be a huge step up as they move from map to map. Of course, Group E making their debut into the next one. So stepping up into our next map of the day, DK, any particular points that you're going to be looking at, whether it's teams that are finding themselves on those overall standings or maybe some other teams that you just tend to favor?
I think it's all going to come down to where the teams find themselves on the overall standing. So let's take a bit of a look at that, of course. As we know, the top page, these teams are pretty secure, right? We don't really see anybody toppling them. I mean, aside from the slight bit of contention coming through between Arab Golden and Titan Gaming, still only 1 point separating these two teams. But as we look a slight bit further down, right, we've got Myth and Desert Flame also only separated by 3 points on that end. So there could be a little bit of movement, but I'm not expecting any drastic jumps, right? Of course, we're open to it happening, but we're not expecting it to happen at this point, right? I think a lot more of the focus is going to be towards that second page, right? The teams that we have on this first page, we know that they are pretty tough. They've shown their mettle all across the board, and that is why we see them currently sitting in these positions over on towards this very first page. But essentially and ultimately, we need to take a bit of a look at that second and third page to see where the teams find themselves. We know it's still a very contentious position between that, you know, the bottom of the first and the top of the second page. But as we move down, that's where we are having a slight little bit of a gap starting to happen, right? We are seeing that slight bit of separation. It's nothing drastic, but if you look at the difference between 9 and 16, it becomes a little bit more evident, right? There's about 52 points, or maybe we can call it 48 points difference.
Yeah, and the team's obviously fighting for the top 12 position, right? VST currently the guardians of the top 12 gate, as they're trying to keep away the likes of Darkness, Wave, Esports, Zero Tolerance, and alike trying to climb their way into Livik at the end of today. But we know there's a few more teams we have to take a look at as we move on into our last page. Mad Knights, TEAMLAG, Super Young Stars, and of course Blackjack Esports still fighting their way through this one. But TEAMLAG closing the gap between themselves and Mad Knight, only 1 point away from potentially toppling their position and moving potentially even further up the overall rankings, which is what we want to see, DK. We want to see these teams making that final dash into the top 12 and obviously into the top 16 for the finals.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we'd love to see. And as we know, neither of these teams sitting on this side of the page are outside of the realm of possibility,
Yeah.
right? Of securing themselves a slot. We know Super Young Stars. They were on that second page just last week. TEAMLAG was also right there alongside them on that page. We know Desert Flame or Blackjack rather, were able to secure themselves all the way up in towards that top 12. So there's nothing really that should be too surprising. We know these teams possess the capabilities of just eating themselves out of those positions and further up the rankings. But that is the kind of trend we see across the board, right? All the teams are stepping it up, so it just becomes even more challenging and more difficult for any particular team to lock in extra points.
And let's take a look at the schedule just to remind ourselves what's going to be happening next. We just finished off our first Miramar of the day, and we're going to be moving on to the sunny and beautiful Erangel to see what Group E have in store for us and what they are planning to showcase before we move on into the rest of our maps of the day. Quite a bit of a long day today because we have that addition of Livik. I guess I can't really call it long. It's Livik. It's tiny. It's super tiny. But hey, it's a little bit of an extra dose. And we know there's a lot at stake here for the teams. So moving into Erangel, well, this is my question. We've already seen Miramar. For me, personally, it felt like it went by in a flash, of just trying to keep up from, fight to fight to fight to fight, as the teams were starting off pretty early. But it definitely felt like the pacing they were just bringing was, well, it was phenomenal.
Yeah, we definitely did see quite an increase in that pacing coming through, but I think we're gonna have our confirmation once we move in towards Erangel to see what exactly will be the kind of the flavor of the day, right? As we know, the teams still trying to push as tough and hard as they can. But again, right, as you've said, what better map to do it on other than on Erangel? And it's just quite funny how Team E and Erangel kind of meet up on this very last day, right? An extra bit of excitement. We know, of course, for Group E, it is going to be straight on push, right? They've sat out on their match, and it's going to be action, action, action. So they'll have the opportunity to play all the way through, all the way up until our very fifth match of the day. But of course, this time around, getting ready to see what the flight path has in store for us. Pretty sure the pilot has checked all the lights properly this time around, so we shouldn't have any bits of turbulence coming through. And it's also not the desert, so there's no hot air that's going to be rising. Now, is any particular expectations you have moving into Erangel?
Look, I'm still expecting that pacing to follow suit. I'm still expecting the teams to be, hunting out for those possible eliminations. But thankfully for us, we don't have to wait too much longer as we move into the first Erangel of the day. And starting off from, well, the western portion of the zone, I can see the military base island right up ahead. So quite a bit more of a southwesternly zone. Or flight path, sorry, or English.
Yeah, it does seem like west is kind of the trend for the day here, right? We did have that western zone going through on Miramar. You got a slightly western zone over on Erangel as well. But the change up this time around is that it's also a little bit more towards that southern edge. So it is going to be limiting, especially to teams that like to push all the way to the opposite end, right? Like Slime 4KT, they won't be able to get all the way to Yasnaya Poliana. Well, not from the plane. They can always just hop in a quick vehicle and off they go. But I'm also curious to see where the teams are going to be looking to spread out. We know they are going to be going for those alternate drop locations, but is that going to be their alternate loot location as well?
Yeah, so the question is, yeah, we've seen a few of those alternate drop locations coming in before from the likes of, let's say, Super Young Stars, and even, a little bit of that virtual gaming action when they were having their contention with Super Young Stars over towards Severny. But a few other teams, I mean, like, we had Seoul Esports that one time. They weren't on Military Base Island, which threw me for a loop. I will be honest. It's if they're not on Military Base Island, I'm like, well, what's the point of Military Base Island? Come on. If it's Arab Golden's also not there, then what's happening? But now, of course, we see that zone moving up all the way to, well, the opposite end of where it has taken our teams.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, right? It is. We want to see that action come through. And of course, we also see the Blaze from Titan taking a very interesting position, moving down in towards that Sosnovka Island themselves, which is definitely out of the norm. We haven't really seen them do that, well, at least not in the most recent days. We also have a little bit of that potential hot drop action coming through between Darkness and Lag. You can see Fantasy and Iron about to get into a bit of an altercation down towards the south. But of course, it is a little bit of that hot pursuit action as well, as it is going to be a hunt for Slime. Lord rushing straight on forward. In our pub GTA action, we have right there Goa on a quick bit of defensive play as well now. Actually finds Lord in response.
Oh, good morning. Hello. I hope you've woken up now with that immediate rush of adrenaline as Zero Tolerance have stepped on up. But now the cavalry is arriving. Slime 4KT, they are looking to just put themselves in a much better standing than what we saw on Miramar as Zero Tolerance. They thought that they could get away just in time, but Lord going on right back down to the ground, and now Paradox having to face off against a 1v2 before the rest moves on in. So let's see how this one pans out. Oh,
Ooh, yeah, not good, right? It was at this moment that Paradox realized he needed a weapon.
Oh, yeah, you know that? I think that would have helped in the situation, but I was just expecting, you know, a little bit of fisticuffs to come on through, but 1 million decided that that's not going to be enough, right? They want to avenge, maybe not really avenge Zero Tolerance, but they definitely want to take a piece of the Slime 4K team.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, you know, they might as well. Seeing that Slime got into a little bit of that early game action, 1 million also wanting to find their own slice of the pie here, of course, landing a few hits down onto Storm. But Pronto, Koa, and the rest of the team now trying to quickly just patch themselves up. Up comes the reinforcements, as Plaza also then pulls on forward. But will that be sufficient as Storm now gets taken down? Oh, the elimination comes through. Beautiful reach coming through here from Senke, though.
Hey, I mean, what more do you want to expect from Senke, right? I mean, it's Senke. Come on, we've seen what 1 million have done. I mean, I move on back to that last Erangel that we've seen from them, where they had every single one of their players in the highest damage dealers for the map, picking up a phenomenal reach, and of course, all of them so talented. Everyone here on the stage, so talented. But Slime 4KT, they will, for the time being, at least get away to reposition and hopefully regroup as we see Lag Esports now, the next team up in the boiler room, trying to just contain their numbers here. Cacao still down, and 1-9 in Fantasy now need to move on in for recovery.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be on towards Darkness to see if they can spot out these angles, but the 1-9 coming through there. The beautiful shot with that M16. We also see those shotties being picked up once again. And as we've seen, especially in this season, the Mets are leaning even more towards the shotty action. So maybe we could be in for quite an exciting day, right? Shotguns should be the topic. But here we have it. It is going to be 1-9. Still just trying to pick up a few of those hits. Unfortunately, we do see that the lag now has also been reduced to now only 2 remaining hopefuls.
Oh, yeah. So, not the start that they were obviously looking for, but we've seen Lag's composure in the last few days. We've especially seen the way that they've been running with those executions. I mean, the communication that we've just been seeing between their members as they take on those necessary team fights has been phenomenal. It's been precise and on point, and, oh, just absolutely textbook, as we can see even Fantasy now finding a beautiful line of sight there on towards Iron. So, if they could just calm things down and systematically take it on as they had to yesterday with, you know, Titans, as they had to today with Leaders, maybe this could be the turnaround.
It could possibly be, right? But we'll have to wait and see exactly how it plays out, of course. Now, it is going to be a little bit of a stalemate coming through. Fantasy really now trying to bring in a little bit of that coverage fire, while 1-9 looks to assess the situation. But again, Darkness, I'm loving this approach coming through from them, right? Not the most ideal angle to be had, but still, it could be a position that they could leverage in their favor. It all comes down to how they look to take this approach. Ooh!
I'll tell you what, I think 1-9 just gave us a bit of a tip there. Oh, just pinpoint accurate there to find that just so tiny connection on towards Azal. Now, we can take a look at Darkness, and, well, the question is, what are you guys going to do, right? We just had Lag step up. It's your turn. We want to see this contention continue.
Well, the team's really not letting back on anything whatsoever. But again, Darkness still in a position where they could maybe find a bit of a play here. I'm not quite sure whether or not Zazal's going to be able to survive the efforts coming through here from 1-9. But this could be that opportunity for that full-on send, right? Darkness still having a slight bit of a numbers advantage. They have Ghost just on the opposite end. That health bar not looking too great, but that is going to be the confirmation now locked in. Tornado is in a position where they could also maybe bring in that extra bit of contribution. But it's still going to be such a risky play to make.
No, it is. Anything at this point in time is going to just add a little bit of extra pressure as we do see VST now moving on in to potentially give us another answer. And it's a bird in particular just gunning it for Ghost's position while the rest look towards Tornado, holding, well, some interesting opportunities here. Of course, we know Ghost down on the ground. No medications, no bandages, no nothing to work with here if they want to get the HP on up. And well, here comes Hansley, who got a bit of a surprise.
Ooh.
How? How does that work?
Oh, but at least it's a boot stepping up, finding a quick answer to that. As they now just rush in, lock in that confirmation. Tornado gonna be the last hopeful left. 1-9 also still just hanging around. Let's see what VSC has in store. Are they going to be looking to full send it right on up? Or are they going to be just hanging around near the edge there? Again, so much can happen at this point in time. Even the players there from Legends of War are going to be looking to bring in their own contribution to the third-party action.
Let's go, let's go. Vivo and Ansley now trying to just reset themselves. Hopefully, if Vivo could get into the position, that would be the fantastic point. But, of course, we know Legends of War just so quick to trigger. So, don't think there's going to be a recovery here, especially if that nade makes any kind of a connection with Lashin just moving on in for the double up with the buggies. So unfortunately here for VST, yeah, goodbye. It's just Zuxi and It's a Boot to now, well, rotate on out because this is no longer worth it.
Yeah, it's a really, really unfortunate turn of events coming through here. But I do believe that, you know, VSC just got to take it for what it is and focus their efforts elsewhere. As we can see, there's a great vantage point towards that more western side for them to potentially play at. But now's the zone just centers up even more towards that position between Rozok and Yasnaya Poliana. This is where the teams still have quite a bit of focusing to do, right? No clear position as to where they're gonna have to rotate. Instead, they're gonna have to move up and see if whatever call they make is gonna be the one to work out for them.
Legends of War looking for a little bit more, just scouting on up what to see what's happening here towards the compounds. They haven't been here in a while, you know. They want to check the sites, they want to check the facilities, maybe looking at for Lashin, checking out the storage, I guess, seeing if there's anything else that they can work with. But ultimately, they are looking for these members right here, 1-9 in particular. Where are they hiding? What's happening here? As we take a look at the rest of the zone, of course, objectives sometimes have to take priority, and we can see everyone now rotating on in. Even Triple Esports and Mad Knight there towards the western portion are having to, well, cut their losses. If there's any teammates that they have, you know, currently knocked on down, they're just going to have to leave them behind for the time being, as the zone has to become priority.
Yeah, but as we see, right, all the teams still going to be prioritizing that survivability. We are 10 minutes deep. We have quite a few stragglers, but every team still has their representation moving through in towards this match. But now as we jump in towards center zone, it is going to be Wave and Myth holding up a very contentious angle towards each other. But again, as we know, this is a compound, or this is a region that we've seen quite a bit of fighting coming through in the past. But Wave, instead, going to be looking to just get themselves situated a slight bit further away. But again, right, you need to be so careful because move too far and you got to put yourself right in the line of sight of any of these opposing teams.
Yeah, no, you do. You want to step on up, you know, as you see from so many teams in the last couple of days. But of course, Zakaria just making sure that Farok's air pressure in their tires is up to scratch, you know, up to code. And Farok will be saying, no, thank you. We've had enough of that for today. Still, Esports still trying to make their rotation there from that eastern bridge. Although this time, for once in, well, many Erangels, they will be completely uncontested as they take their pathing through. Might even make all the way up in towards, I don't know, maybe the eastern portion, like Mansion Shelter. I mean, it's pretty open for the time being. And, I mean, if you're going to be taking that later rotation, sticking to the outskirts is definitely a safer approach to moving yourself into the zone, as a lot of the teams will obviously be focusing towards that center of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be a slight bit of the trend that we'll be experiencing here. But Virtual Gaming, they're going to be moving themselves closer and closer. One shot going for a little bit of a dip there, out in the drink. Of course, Zeus trying to pick up Winky off in the distance, putting quite a bit of damage up in towards that vehicle. We're not quite sure whether or not that vehicle explosion is going to be sufficient to bring in that knock. You know, it's worth the effort though. But of course, as we know, teams making a lot of noise is also going to be drawing quite a bit of attention. Fortunately for Virtual Gaming, there's no immediate danger. We could, however, see the players there from 1 million maybe rotating up in their direction as they are on the approach.
Oh, a little bit of opportunity here. I mean, taking a look at the rest of the map, as the observers just read my mind. Zero tolerance, of course. They're moving on in from the sunken city into, well, a fantastic opportunity, as that zone shift is really going to allow them to thrive, moving on in from the western portion of this new zone. But as we know, the rest of the team's now immediate rotations and migrations into the center with Blackjack, smack bam, center zone, and having to really contend with a lot of teams moving into their real estate here.
Oh yes, they're going to be receiving so much attention. I'm not quite sure if it's the kind of attention they would want, right? But we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. In the meantime, it is going to be Alpha Luigi to come through with the SLR, trying to find a bit of SLS rather, looking for a bit of a play to be had here. Trying to reach in, maybe pop a few tires while they're at it, but Gaddafi also not getting split out in the open as Winky sends out a little bit of a response. Oh, there we go. Gaddafi now trying to push up with that vehicle. Unfortunately for Winky, the range is just too great. Not really succeeding in hitting those shots just yet, but it could still be a little play for continuation to come through, right? Titan, however, is going to be moving in right there alongside Winky and the rest of the Super Young Stars.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of those eliminations. It's been a bit too quiet, We've still got 16 teams. We're going to see what these team maps are going to be looking like as Blackjack Esports now pick on things up with Legends of War, and Triple Esports going to get spotted on out there by Teak. Just a few warning shots being to be sent their way. But still, this contention between Blackjack and Legends of War is not looking too healthy for either team. And now Teak, in particular, might just have to rotate on out with the rest of their team and find a better position within the zone.
Well, we'll see how this one unfolds, but it is going to be Teak now looking to take a bit of a swing here. One shot also just off in the distance, and this could be that Super Young Star sandwich coming through with the addition, of course, of the players there from Triple Esports and Slime 4KT or heading on over. Meanwhile, towards that more centered zone, it's going to be the players here from Wave and Myth getting into their altercations. The nade succeeding to rain on down. Triple Esports get eliminated right on the edge of that bridge. But again, right, 15 teams still remain. 45 players still in play here. And let's see where does it want to go, as we have so many stragglers and quite a few players and teams having to adjust their strategies.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a few adjustments as we move into this next zone. Of course, so many teams holding these fantastic compounds, and then teams like Myth, for example, out in the open and just trying to make work with whatever they can, like that very tiny shack, just trying to work with any hard cover. And at this point in time, finding themselves sandwiched between Blackjack, VST, and Wave Esports, it is going to be a tough mountain to climb. But thankfully, the 2-2 split will provide them a little bit of that, well, adjustability. Maybe just moving in for a flank, trying to readjust, maybe even getting information at the very least to rotate the rest of the team on forward. But as we know, that next zone is going to be coming on through. And if we have another crazy shift, DK, I mean, especially if we look towards that southwestern portion, the teams are going to have a fun time moving in from the northeastern.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, right? A very contentious position up in towards Rozhok. I'm assuming that we are going to be having a few teams, or at least one team, moving towards that lovely Rozhok Hill towards the southern edge. But for the time being, we're going to look on as the players here from the Super Young Stars and Titans look to find their rotational pass. Slime 4KT still to make that entry up in towards the zone as Cacao gets greeted out in the blue. Down they go as P6 sends it in, but the blue zone beats them to the punch. Pronto also getting taken down. And no, all the effort turns solely over on towards Plaza, who is going to be the final contender left to rotate in. But again, right, that blue zone waits for nobody. Skydo also going to be waiting for Cronal to do anything as they come rushing straight on forward, getting that knock and the confirmation.
All right, so Am I reading this right? Are we seeing a team like Zero Tolerance setting themselves up beautifully there towards the southwestern portion, or are we going to see the pressure really being applied as Myth have moved on in? Again, the regroup coming on through because they only have 3 players to work with, so trying to work with that safety in numbers, and while all of the teams doing the exact same. We do see Lag getting on set on back as well as Slime 4KT, unfortunately. So, this is set up quite crazily. But again, a lot of pressure still to be applied, especially here towards Rozhok.
Yeah, and still a very contentious position between Wave and Titans. We can see Teak now just closing up the gate towards Rhino. But still, there's a little bit of hope, right? That's a slight glimmer still on the horizon. D3S holding a steady position. Not quite sure what they're going at. Up on the roof, looking at the sky, maybe admiring the clouds or something, but this is definitely not the position to be doing that in. I'm surprised that Teak and Co hasn't spotted them just yet, but as we look to the north, we can see the players there from Virtual Gaming also not trying to pull on through. That is going to be Gaddafi and Co trying to regroup, still holding that 2-2 split. Looking for a bit of that condensation, but now, oh, it is going to be Wave to get sent away. D3S getting picked up on that rooftop. As we said, right, not the safest place to be staring at the clouds. But speaking about clouds, right, it's going to be NASA looking to kick up a storm here, taking up a bit of a position towards 1 million.
Lazy boy also just trying to find the one bit of cover that is not opening them up to any of these other teams, because as we know, it is just such a crazy cluster here. Everyone positioned in and trying to cover as much as they possibly can, but that just means such danger, especially if you're finding yourself like Senke in a building with so many windows. I mean, not going to be helping you in this situation with all of the teams moving on in, but looking at this position here, right down between Super Young Stars and Mad Knight 1 Million will have quite a bit of a fight, especially Virtual Gaming moving on in from the ridge line. And I really do like this. Again, you are literally just limiting the danger that is around you. I mean, behind you, completely covered. You can solely focus on that tunnel vision and just focus on what's ahead of you, what's to the side of you, and take out your opponents.
Yeah, well, let's see where that tunnel vision is going to go, right? Is there going to be a light at the end of the tunnel, or will it be darkness? It's still a very contentious play to be had, as we have 10 teams left, but that zone is going to be sitting towards the southern edge. And this is going to be that opportunity now for the players there from Seoul Esports to look to get themselves into a little bit more of a favorable setup, right? Weiss is going to be moving that vehicle with a 23-point turn. There we go. Thank you so much, Weiss. As they successfully evacuate the area and look to focus their efforts further down south. But now, as we know, right, Razak is going to be quite the issue, right? Still so many teams situated here and not a lot of positioning for them really to look to play it out.
No, not anything whatsoever. MG, good morning. Your shoulders are picking out, and Vortex is looking to give you a bit of a lead massage. So be careful with that one. That zone shifting now here towards the southern position will mean that Zero Tolerance are one of the gatekeepers alongside the likes of Seoul Esports, VST, and Myth holding the line for these teams to now make their move into the zone. In the meantime, we can see Myth actually taking a little bit of damage, and Titans, they might actually have a great opportunity to move in towards the eastern point of the zone.
They could very well have that opportunity, but let's see what Blackjack is going to do, though, for the time being. Holding a bit of an angle. Not the best one just yet, but they're going to try and make it work. Titans now going to be pushing in towards school, looking to pay the players there from VST a bit of a visit, but up comes the push now from Mad Knight as they trade off the entirety of the remaining players there. Zero Tolerance getting sent away, but loving this approach. That was a double whammy right then and there. Virtual Gaming and Seoul Esports are going to be fighting it out towards this more southern position. But let's see where they're going to be going, right? Drove quickly just trying to secure that vehicle. Or could they find a bit of an opportunity? No! Just misses out on running straight over Gaddafi.
The action's not going to stop anytime soon as Gaddafi moves on up, looking to take out Seoul Esports. But YC up here, we've seen these shotguns do some miracles in the past, but what can they do today? A few nades now being sent on out as Gaddafi trying to give themselves some space here for the res. The recovery's still in play, at least for the time being, until YC starts to barrage those nades moving on into the zone.
Let's see whether or not White's going to be able to reach all the way across towards Gaddafi there. Oh, there's going to be such a close play. Oh, that nade just not finding the exact position it needed to be in. But Gaddafi, meanwhile, will get traded up. Well, pretty close to that as the shots continue to rain on down, quickly having to patch up themselves now. The players there from Super Young Stars just in the background taking quite a bit of a beating as 1 million come rushing on forward. But Gaddafi, not done just yet, right? He's going to be cooking up the nade, looking to find it over on towards Omar. But up comes the opportunity. Raouf just absolutely ripping it up, and down they go. Virtual Gaming getting sent right on back. 1 million pushing forward. Myth, Blackjack, Mad Knight right there alongside them.
Surprise, surprise, the cover is moving on in. 1 million now out in the smoke. Marshall in particular, nearly just getting taken out completely just by the IQ plays coming here from Varrock. Now Lazy Boy going to be forced to immediately go for that raise, and the nades will secure that at least Marshall will be sent back into the lobby as Ramsey steps it on up and finds Senke.
Wow, Ramsey. Not even going to be settling for sprays, right? Sends out the nade, finds the first, comes through with the UMP, but now comes the full send as Mad Knight push in on towards Blackjack and just taking names and numbers all over the place. But up comes Myth, looking to capitalize. It is Ramsey on an absolute rampage, getting 2 knocks back to back. But no, it all turns down to Wiscola. Will they be able to survive against the efforts being shown here by Ramsey as they now look to create a bit of an opening? Oh, Wiscola finds the spray. Ramsey goes down, and that is the end of Myth.
But of course, they are 163 meters away from that zone, which is currently shifting and moving, just applying that extra bit of pressure. Wisco going to be jumping out of the vehicle, trying to get the res up, trying to get the meds up, but it's not going to be in time as Hemo gets taken on down, and Lazy Boy still trying to make the dash for the zone. But hey, there's been so much contention. Let's just add another YC elimination up into the feed. But hey, DK, is this a full squad of Titans in the zone?
Yes.
The only full squad in the zone?
That is correct, right? It would seem that way. We've got Weiss and Hemo up on the slight tad smidge of elevation on that lovely Rozok Hill, trying to see what they can play at. But up comes Titan looking to close it up as we got Puncher now on the approach. Oh, this could spell disaster. But fortunately for them, they managed to just find a very hasty rotation. Now looking to pull in on the edge, but the shots come through. It is Wisey to go down. Hemo just narrowly making it up in one piece. But again, right, this could still be a little bit of a play here for It's Abu to bring through. Still Titans rocking that full squad. What an absolutely insane and terrifying position that is.
Oh, I would be terrified right now. I mean, it's only Hemo up against the full squad of Titans, and it looks like Titans have a very good idea of Hemo's current position, so they're going to get themselves mitted up, but for only so long. It's going to be Puncher and the rest of the team to move on in, swiftly clearing up school and looking for that final shot.
Yeah, a little birdie whispered in my ear that it's Hemo's birthday today. So what a way, right, to get into some business play there. Oh, Hemo almost clutching that one out, but as we know, Titans just putting up such a phenomenal show of aggression, locking in those 10 eliminations alongside their winner chicken dinner. But our birthday boy, of course, a big congratulations to Hemo from Seoul Esports, putting up quite a bit of a fight, right? Not going to be letting the players there from Titan just rush in and take them down without having something to say about it.
I mean, I would want to be gifted those fantastic shotgun kills, but I don't have the skill to take them. So, Hemo, happy birthday to you, and what a way to finish off our Erangel, absolutely. But Titans moving on in for the winner chicken dinner, and I have to agree with you, that was terrifying. If I was It's a Boot or Hemo, again, the disconnect, the rage quit would have been there for me.
Yeah, speaking about that, of course, we're not going to rage quit. We are instead going to be heading into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we will be right back afterwards in a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. The last day of league play right here on top of us. And of course, we did see an absolute aggressive showing coming through from Titan Gaming once again in match number 2 over on towards Erangel. They had all 4 numbers, all 4 players left moving into the very finish of it. But of course, our birthday boy Hemo there trying to put up a bit of a fight, at least. Soul Esports able to secure themselves the 18 points behind the players there from Titan Gaming, who are sitting on 25 with that double-digit eliminations.
I mean, you can see the teams are stepping it up for the last day of league play as they move on in with such a phenomenal performance. And Soul Esports, of course, making a bit of an appearance there. Thank you, Hammer. We appreciate it. VST, of course, coming through in 3rd place as It's a Bird tried their best to stay alive, but Titan Gaming were just all so ferocious. 1 Million Team Myth as well, picking up some fantastic eliminations, as well as Mad Knight and Blackjack Esports. So again, very top heavy, but it is a good spread of points. I mean, we're looking at basically the top 8 teams picking up some fantastic eliminations and points, picking up great double-digit, points moving back into the overall standings. So again, it is not surprising if we move on to the second page that it obviously is looking a little bit more worse for wear, but it is what it is. The teams just tend to be so good at picking up those points.
Yeah, c'est la vie. No, as you can see, Legends of War Darkness sitting on 3 points apiece, and all of those points coming through from eliminations. But, there's going to be one team that is not going to be finding themselves with anything in the bag, at least not for this match. It's going to be none other than Triple Esports sitting right there at the very bottom. But Wave Esports and the rest of the teams also being able to still lock in those points. But this is the struggle, as we said before, right? This is such a contentious and competitive day, especially that it's going to be so challenging for anybody to make those necessary changes.
Yeah, no, it is going to be such a challenging day. So the teams finding themselves, on the bottom 4 of the overall standings, again, I mean, you got to give yourself a little bit of credit. You are fighting up against the best in Africa, and everyone is stepping up their game. Even the teams who are comfortably at the top, like Titans, who just decided to get another win with a chicken dinner. But of course, as we take a look at those fantastic Oppo moments, we can just remind ourselves what happened on Erangel and how the teams were keeping us entertained going from fight to fight.
Yeah, they did that by quite a bit of a challenge, right? I mean, we had this altercation between Darkness and Lag towards that Southern Edge, adding VSC into the mix as well, right? But this actually continued on for quite some time, and it was quite surprising. We have seen teams, days before, right, where teams would just rush in, crash the party, and that's it, right? Job done. But it is so challenging today for any of these teams to replicate those efforts. And it is, of course, then resulting in the teams really having to play a lot more at that longevity, trying to bring in that survivability as well. But of course, as we know, right, match number 2, done and dusted. And also, we have to give a lot of love to our sponsors, right? So, big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And also a lot of love going out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series.
Yeah, look, I had quite a bit of monsters today myself, so if I have to keep doing that to see more PUBG Mobile action, you bet it's actually a pretty good deal for myself. So as we take a look at the next map, it is going to continue to being a fantastically balanced, set of maps as we move on through. We have quite a few, smaller maps like that Sanhok and Livik action, but of course the larger Miramar. But we take a look at the overall standings just to quickly remind ourselves of the at least the territory these teams find themselves in. Hemo, good morning. Congratulations, your team is currently in 2nd place.
Well, yes, I mean, that talk about a cherry on top, right? That is what Soul is getting in this one. But it's still going to take quite a bit of work, right? We are about to head into that match number 3, so we're almost at that halfway marker. There's still quite a bit of work to come through, but I'm loving the fact that Soul and Virtual Gaming are finding themselves there side by side, only separated by 1 point. But the contention continues as we move a little bit further down, right? 5th all the way to 8th place, still being well within reach of each other, right? Titans are kind of sitting there on their own. They are close to virtual, but you know, Arab Gold are not so close to them, so it is going to be exciting to see where the teams are going to be looking towards. But of course, a lot more of our focus is going to be put on the second page, right? Because
Wow.
this is where the kicker is at, right? We are looking to see who our top 12 teams will be, at least for now, right? To move through towards Livik over on match number 6.
And Triple Esports 10 points away from that 8th position. And again, if we go down the standings, it's not looking too crazy. Moving on from that 10 points. Mark Darkness trying to get hot on the heels of one round, who are currently the gatekeepers to the Livik of today. And we'll have to wait and see, will they be able to catch up? Will someone else maybe be doing a little bit of leapfrogging up on the overall rankings? And how, of course, our teams on the last page are going to be pushing it into today. We still got quite a few maps, as you said, reaching that middle marker, going into our next Miramar of the day, but still plenty of action and opportunity. Now that all of the teams have had at least a warm-up in one way or another, I'm definitely putting a lot of focus here towards Legends of War, TEAMLAG, Super Young Stars, and Blackjack to bring us that action moving into the next map.
Yeah, well, what we are seeing is that Mad Knight, they've jumped out, right? They're like, you know what, it's fine.
Goodbye.
We'll take second page. We can move Legends of War down. But I mean, we've also been seeing that strong effort being brought through by Legends of War. But again, as we now look at the rest of the teams, right? They are adding the points, but so is everybody else, right? So they have to find that kind of standout performance. And unfortunately, as we are progressing further through the remainder of this day, it becomes even more challenging for the teams to do that because those gaps are starting to widen. So, you know, better bring it in as early as you can. And of course, as we are getting ready to move over in towards Miramar, the teams will have a beautiful opportunity to do exactly that. Right, step up, lock in those points, and who knows, maybe they could make those necessary shifts to secure themselves even further in towards the top 16.
Yeah, Legends of War and TEAMLAG, unfortunately, will be a part of Group C, who will be sitting out for this Miramar, so they'll have to wait just a little while longer to push it on the final page of things. But of course, Miramar, it's the last Miramar of all of the league plays. DK, we're just thinking about this. This is our last Miramar.
Yes, and what a way to end off Miramar with the flight path that is going to be starting over towards Trailer Park just down below. Of course, we've got the lovely crater fields right there where the aeroplanes are accompanying us, or the helicopters, right? That's where they're taking us. And of course, we can see the flight path heading straight across over in towards Impala. So for our very final Miramar, right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League stage, it is going to be a very centralized flight path.
Oh, okay. No, I like it. I like it. You know, just in that last moment, let us just give the teams, hopefully, all that they're looking for. It will depend on what this zone is going to be providing the teams and what opportunities will be there. But of course, there's some great look at, you know, just the opportunities the teams have to get into their favorite spots. I mean, 1 million already there towards El Pozo. They're going to be very happy with their current position. I mean, Los Leones is also not too far off for Darkness or Blackjack to make a trip in. Well, actually, Darkness will rather prefer Impala. So literally the easiest way for them to get to Impala today. And, well, yeah, the zone, DK. That is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the big question, right? As we know, Titans, they're not going to be going down to Val del Mar, Los Higos split that we usually see coming through from them. Instead, they are going to be chilling out in that trailer park as the zone is very central. Once again, pretty much the same zone to what we had in our very first match, right? So I think this is going to be quite an exciting one to see where the teams are going to be looking to rotate towards. But for the time being, there's not going to be any urgent pushes or plays that need to come on through. The teams are all well within reach of this next phase.
No, some good opportunities, absolutely. Again, there's a handful of teams that are, you know, towards the outskirts, but I mean, it's a quick dash in and then they're sorted. It's basically Titans and Virtual Gaming, maybe even Arab Golden and half of 1 million that are finding themselves on the outside of the zone. So not a lot to worry about whatsoever. But what is a little bit concerning right now is Kimos and their current position. Triple Esports, extremely spread out. I would have literally every single member of Triple Esports are in some way or another currently isolated from the rest.
Well, I've got a question though, because you said half of 1 million, so wouldn't that make 500,000?
Yes. So 500,000 is just outside the zone.
There we go.
That makes it sound like money, though. Now I want to go outside the zone. Come on.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that blue. I mean, you gotta watch out for that blue juice, right? Once it comes through,
Yeah, no,
it's
no,
not.
thank you.
It's definitely not good for you. So I'm happy right here, just looking at other people having to deal with the blue juice.
Did you make up this rhyme like last week? Have you just been sitting on it for all this time?
No, no, I don't even notice that I rhymed. If I did, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. But either which way, right? We are going to be looking onto the players here from Desert Flame, move through his position. Of course, as we mentioned, Titans, they are going to be all the way over on towards that western side. They are so west that we don't even see them on the map, right? That's how west they are. Of course, we know Trader Park is within the vicinity. This itself is not the trailer park, but it's pretty close. This is, of course, the ruins, right? So there's still a bit of an opportunity, whichever way they look to play it at. But I think that's a relatively good starting point for them. We know also the players there from Zero Tolerance also usually go for a very similar kind of drop location. But I'm happy to see that Zero Tolerance instead went a little bit more east instead of, trying to contend against the players there from Titan Gaming.
Yeah, Zero Tolerance have actually been one of those teams that we've seen change up their drop sites the most. I mean, compared to what they started with, a little bit closer towards the middle portion of Miramar, towards the west, just on the outskirts of Monte Nuevo. Then they moved up a little bit more towards Campo Militar. We've even seen them drop towards Oasis that one time. Now they're in water treatment. We've seen them, a little bit closer towards Los Leones before. So they're happy with Miramar, just in general, DK. They're just like, it's okay. Wherever we are just feeling good. We are feeling great. And hopefully they're going to be bringing those vibes onto the overall standings, as all of these teams will be fighting tooth and nail on the last Miramar of this week.
I guess there's probably a strategy to that, right? Because it keeps everyone guessing as to where they could be expecting to see Zero Tolerance strike from next, right? It's always that, where they're going to come from, right? We don't know. Could be anywhere. So I think there is a possible advantage to be had. And also looking at the current position, right? Zero Tolerance are going to come through with that 2-2 split. But leaders also adopting that 2-2 split, as we have Shadow and Morteza in the party bus, looking to get themselves towards that potential Los Leones direction. And of course, a little bit further over towards the northeastern side, it is then the players here from Team Myth, right? Held up in towards La Bendita, Minas Generales. Nice little bit of a spread. But again, this is the same position that we saw from them, I believe, 2 days ago, right? They moved in, they sat on the elevation, those lovely hilltops, and they just caused so much carnage. But we know in that exact same match, it was triple esports to take the winner chicken dinner. So Chemo's, finding a quick response right there on towards Senke, but nearly instantly receives one in response.
Yeah, Chemo's not having a good Miramar so far. I mean, we started off with them trying to run things away from, I believe it was 1 million as well in the beginning. Didn't have the weapons, jumped onto the motorcycle, moved on up. Then, of course, 1 million comes on in and just hunts them down. And as we mentioned, Triple Esports a little bit, more isolated. At least some regrouping has happened for, majority of the rest of the team. But Chemos will have to just wait until the next map to join and see what's going to happen. But as you mentioned, question on all of our minds is where these teams are going to be going. Where they're going to come from, where they're going to go, and how they're going to be working this next zone. Of course, we can see Virtual Gaming there out towards Puerto Pareso, so a good opportunity for them to take it even further.
Yeah, I thought when you said, where did they come from, where did they go, I thought you were going to say, I was waiting for the Gunnight Joe part, yes.
I
was
whatever. I was waiting for you to finish. You did
it. But it's fine. In the meantime, while I didn't finish that, it is, however, going to be leaders looking to finish on towards Mad Knight. As you can see, the Beast now just up on the ridge. Ooh, Carry Boy getting ready for a bit of a spray down. Are they going to be able to find it? We know the Beast have had some really crazy plays over these past few days, right? So, could be quite a bit of excitement yet to come through here from Mad Knight. But as we now move a little bit further on towards Center Zone, it's going to be Desert Flame making their way through the church, going about their business, looking for extra bit of loot. But they need to be quite careful because we have Myth, we have the players then just on the opposite end coming through as well, right? That being the players from Mad Knight. So it could be quite a contentious position.
Could be indeed, but of course we know Desert Flame, they are looking for just as much opportunity as anyone else. I mean, if you take a look just at the overall standings, they have done so well in this week to step up their game, looking for that Livik action, so why stop here? Why stop at 7th place? Let's take this further. Let's move on up and maybe even close that gap between themselves and team. Ironically, they're currently fighting again, so it's quite exciting. If they can take myth out here, they can definitely start to close the gap.
Ooh. Yeah, well, what's not going to be a myth is going to be the shots coming through here from Buden. I mean, finding some beautiful angles, and now, of course, sending out that molly to pop the vehicle for Broly. So this is going to add, to the difficulty. But up comes the beast. Steals the shot and that knock, but not yet securing the confirmation. Is, however, going to be applying a lot of pressure on towards Buden. So Buden won't really be able to get that security. Yes, no, they won't. It is going to be the hit. Down goes Suplayer, so the beast on fire with that Mini 14.
Ooh, let's just keep it on going. Now, Mad Knights, they hold a little bit of an interesting opportunity here towards the center zone. Yes, they can take this contention here towards Leaders Esports, but maybe they can take it even further, depending on how they want to get involved with this. Playing Esports just up a little bit more towards the northern side, but Morteza making a little bit of a dash here, trying to close the gap between themselves and Wiscola, going in for the spray down, but Wiscola just too fast on the trigger.
Wow, Wiscola pulling out some Matrix moves there, but of course now, let's see where this one is going to go. As we can see on the map, we do have a little bit of that congestion coming through on that western side as well. For the time being, we are still in this altercation towards that more centered position. It's going to be Leaders, Mad Knight, looking to see who's going to be the team to survive this altercation. Mad Knight really stepping up to the challenge, finding some really favorable angles, but Leaders yet to make that play.
Let's see what's happening here, right? You got the meds, you got all the Monster energy drinks being popped on up as Mad Knight gets ready for this. And Desert Flame, they look for that flanking position. With Skolo just trying to keep their heads on a swivel to see who else is going to be jumping on in and trying to ruin the fun. As we can see the vehicles there towards the horizon moving on in, but they need to really worry about Leaders Esports. They can, at any point in time, close the gap, maybe even get a flanking position here. They are running that 2-2 split, and all the time that Mad Knight are allowing Leaders is going to be able to just let them get their reses on up, get their HP bars on up, and then try to take another go, potentially, at Mad Knight.
Yeah, you don't want to allow them that reset opportunity. But as you said, right, we are going to be seeing quite a few other teams now starting to trickle through as well. You got the players there from Desert Flame pulling up in towards Picado. But still, Darkness, Blackjack, finding each other down towards the eastern edge, as it is going to be that third. What? Just that?
Sorry, you saw that too, right?
All right.
Oh,
well,
okay.
I mean, maybe it was a mirage, right? Because it is the desert. Let's just say that's what it was. But for the time being, it's going to be a Blackjack now looking to find a little bit more of a favorable position towards Darkness, right? They've got that player on the front line position. But again, now Blackjack needing to strike down. As you can see the shots really connecting up. Oh, but look at that. The teamwork follows through. And Blackjack just rips half of Darkness right out of the vehicle.
It was that vehicle that was twirling in the sky. You see, there was something sus about that vehicle. That's what happened there for Darkness, unfortunately. But Blackjack Esports will very happily take the credit for that, as Iron once again just tries to rotate on out Ghost on a sliver of HP, trying to stay alive on the ground as close as possible. And we can see a few more explosions happening in the elimination feed. But Titans, they're going to continue their story with VST as Leaders now look to get a piece of Darkness or potentially Mad Knight. It's going to be about where they want to take this decision.
Yeah, but I mean, Leaders in a kind of setup here where they could safely disengage from their current positioning and not have to face off against Darkness or Mad Knight. But it's all going to come down to whether or not they want to, I guess, at the end of the day, right? However, who doesn't really want to or doesn't really have much of a choice is going to be Triple Esports and 1 Million, as we can see them now kind of being limited with their options here. Also, Wave and the Super Young Stars towards Graveyard, as you can see, getting into a bit of an altercation. It is going to be a reign of terror coming through here at the hand of the Super Young Stars down onto the receiving end of Wave.
Let's move this on a little bit forward. Super Young Stars, in the meanwhile, are going to be losing Shiro just for the time being as Ivar steps on up. They look for a little bit of back. They look for a little bit of revenge. But Zakaria is going to be trying to make a play, moving on into the action, but unfortunately gets taken on out. Wave Esports now trying to recover their losses. Messi moves on in to join the action. And now Super Young Stars, they have an opportunity to really push this up against Wave. We know Wave has just had 2 members dropped, and now Super Young Stars, well, they've got the numbers here.
Yeah, but Ivar going to be pulling off that race just in the nick of time. But up comes that full send as the Super Young Stars begin their advance. Oh, the first one connects up. Ivar takes quite a bit of damage though. Will they be able to keep them at bay? Trying to lock it in, but those mollies get deployed and it's going to be flames all over the place. Zakaria now slowly listening to that timer, just starting to run on out. The Super Young Stars are looking to breach. They want that opening. They want those points. Oh, down goes Zakaria. And now it turns to the end as Wave get taken down and the Super Young Stars clear out and take possession of Graveyard.
Oh, Wave Esports, unfortunately, that will be their last opportunity on Miramar for this week. And we'll have to wait and see if they come back in the finals as we move into the rest of the maps of the day. But Super Young Stars, they must be absolutely thrilled with that one, DK. We know they've been pushing things, and they still have to be pushing on the overall leaderboard for this week. So great start. Let's see how else they will be continuing this journey. Zero Tolerance in the meanwhile, trying to make a rotation into the zone. Running that 3-1 split over towards Minas Generales. We have Paradox sitting with a little bit of information to hopefully bring the rest of the team in safely into the next zone. But Arab Golden getting very, very close, not only to Super Young Stars as we can see, but also the remainder of Zero Tolerance. So the question is going to be on our minds, are they going to be jumping into the action?
Well, the answer for Zero Tolerance is yes. I mean, Arab Golden, they are not yet, right? They're just still looking to find a little bit more of an opportune angle to play at, while the zone now centers up a little bit further down towards that southern edge. Of course, Blue Zone is going to be closing up momentarily, so this is where the teams really have to make that shuffle, that hustle to get themselves back into contention. Super Young Stars holding up, but it is going to be Zero Tolerance now looking to find a bit of a passage to play at, as we have Skydo rolling on forward. Ban. Ooh, very isolated, but again, very risky play. Now going to be trying to rotate through a nearly open field, but fortunately just ducks for cover up on the ridges.
I love to see it. Skydo just narrowly finding that connection there towards Ban. Unfortunately, they will be escaping for now, so Skydo will just have to wait for a little while longer if they want to make things happen and pick up a few more eliminations, or at least the first few eliminations here for Zero Tolerance. But moving our attention here towards the western portion of the zone, we see Titans just having a stare down there with Blackjack Esports as Desert Flame haven't quite made their descent from that northern position. But now all of the teams, well, they're going to have to jump into those vehicles as we shift towards the east. And here's where Myth and Mad Knight with VST in one round really have a good opportunity if they're already set up within the zone.
Yeah, they do have a great opportunity here, but it's all going to come down to how they play this one out. Because there's still quite a bit of congestion all throughout the zone. It is going to be triple esports now running into a few problems. As you can see, they're now starting to have a serious case of losing players right there, right? It is now, however, leaders esports pushing straight on towards VST, as it's going to be Fivo trying to keep up the defenses. Oh, but up comes the full send. The UMP reigning supreme. And with that, they get to take down the entire team, or rather what was left on a VST. But now, still quite a bit of focus coming through on towards this western edge, right? We got Arab Golden pushing in from the north, right alongside Mad Knight and several other teams still trying to find and create a bit of that opening to get themselves resituated back into the zone.
I mean, why not, right? We want a little bit more action here on this last Miramar of the week. So give it to us. Titans now having to face up against their own Titan in the form of 1 Million Esports, who have moved on in looking for those confirmations. But let's see where they're going to get that information. Of course, Punch is still very low on HP as Venom just tries to apply the pressure and allow the rest of their teammates to move on in for the elims.
Oh, not only elims, but limbs getting hit as well. As we can see, 1 million now trying to clean up the entirety of Titans. Of course, we still have Axis surviving up on that ridgeline, setting out a few nades, finds a little bit of damage towards Marshall. But Venom now on a slow city play here, looking to see if they can ride out the storm, maybe find that angle, lure Axa to their doom. But will they succeed? Teak still on the back end. They're trying to convey a little bit of that information, but out comes the sneaky rotation. Marshall moves in, but down goes Axa. And that is going to be the end of the road for Titan Gaming.
Oh, okay. I mean, I welcome it, right? They just got a winner chicken dinner. They need to relax. We need to share some for the rest of the teams that have been working so hard. But Desert Flame and Darkness will give a bit of a trade to trade. You know, some equal discussions happening here. But let's see how the negotiations will continue as Flacco moves on in for the confirmation. And now Ghost has to hold the line for Darkness as the last remaining hopeful. So they were not looking for the trade to trade position here. Buden is going to be back up on their feet. Now just trying to get their HP bars to match. Ghost in a bit of a pickle here, DK, because again, they can make a dash into the zone, but either at the cost of putting themselves in the crosshairs of Desert Flame or Leaders Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Desert Flame and Darkness taking D&D to another level, right? But,
Hey.
hey, I had to. Couldn't resist. But here
So
we go.
proud.
Super Young Stars and Arab Golden also getting into a bit of an altercation with Notsa just trying to find a more opportune position to push in from. Here comes the Saint. Now could this be on the cards for Nasa Golden? Gonna be greeting them on the opposite end of that smoke, but the mollies get sent on through, and here's Golden on fire. Ban goes down, and Arab Golden now starting to slowly crumble, but Super Young Stars not having that position now 100% secured just yet. And now it's gonna be riding on Angelo, the final contender left for the Arab Golden team. Is this going to be the Super Young Stars getting the clutch? Oh, Messi just missing that opportunity. Meanwhile, it's going to be a great play for Angelo to step in and just let it rip. Of course, Mad Knight also holding in the vicinity.
Oh, all of this happening on the outskirts of the zone, of course, here towards the north, as we are taking a look at Myth, Blackjack Esports 1 million fighting for control of that next zone shift. But of course, Super Young Stars, they're still in this, picking up those 6 eliminations. They do not want to stop anytime soon. Arab Golden, of course, being a thorn in their side, but just up ahead, Mad Knight holding and looking to do the same alongside Zero Tolerance. So Super Young Stars, quite a bit of a difficult path that they need to navigate here, and we know, I mean, they're just off about 400 meters away from that next zone.
Well, a lot can happen in 400 meters. Heck, a lot can happen in 1 meter. But here we have Notsa now trying to send that nade out, trying to find Angelo, but it's going to be Messi to be found, and that is going to be a successful hit as Angelo gets back up. Now, Mad Knight looking to close it off, taking a swing over on towards the Super Young Stars. And we still have Winky left to try and make that final dash to get the team back in towards the zone. But again, Mad Knight finding themselves in a very similar position, also having to cover still a vast amount of distance before making it back in towards the zone itself.
Absolutely, there's quite a bit of coverage to really take a focus on. As you can see, Desert Flame getting sent back into the lobby at least, and 1 million now looking to try and recover their numbers as Virtual Gaming is applying some great pressure from within the zone right alongside them. But look at this, the turnaround comes on through, and MG picks on up the action towards Marshall as they are looking for a little bit more. As Reverb also steps on in for the confirmation.
Heavily contested western area coming through, as we can see. Blackjack sitting on the very edge, right? Lazy Boy trying to sneak up from that southern edge. But Blackjack trying to do their due diligence. We can see we got Myths up ahead as well. Right north of them, we've got Leaders and the players then from Mad Knight also fighting for a bit of possession of that zone. But it's going to be Lazy Boy trying to survive it against the onslaught of Blackjack. Trying to cook up a few nades. Ooh, could this be the vantage point to be had? But it's going to be Phonics and Reverb trying to send out a few nades in response. And there we go. The answer is no. Down goes Lazy Boy. But in here, instant bit of retaliation coming through from Moment as Reverb also then falls. And now Leaders and Mad Knight also going to be looking to continue their altercation towards this northern territory.
Oh, let's move it on up. Leaders Esports holding a fantastic opportunity, but let's see how they handle the blue zone, just forcing their hands as Mad Knights alongside them make a dash into the zone. You can see Tyson now and Kingerman just on the edge as Shadowin looks for the angles and takes a lot of damage in between. 1 HP zone. Do you get out of it as Mad Knight gets sent back into the lobby?
Wow! I mean, this is just absolutely insane, right? It is just hit after hit. It just keeps on flowing. But Myth, they find themselves secured within that zone. The last time we saw Myth holding a zone, we know where that one went, but is it going to be the same this time again? Moment, now, It's going to be falling to Morteza. We see the confirmation come in. Yes, down they go. Farok also then gets taken down quite swiftly. Now it's all lying on Ramsey. We saw just a little bit earlier, just absolutely ripping it up already. Finding that first bit of a head on towards leaders. But will this nade now connect all the way through? I'm not seeing it come. Ooh, it was close. That was really, really close. But fortunately for leaders, didn't exactly hit the mark.
And now in the fastest vehicle in the game, obviously, they make their dash into the zone. Another nade, another welcoming nade will be sent up by Ramsey, but no connections just yet. So for the time being, leaders Esports, they would have gotten away with getting themselves into the zone, but now they need to fight for control of this northern position as the south and east look to be quite contentious. We can see 1 round and Zero Tolerance now picking up the pace as Myth, in particular Ramsey, tries to hold on to this compound.
But where will it go, right? Still so many positions to be had here, as we can see. Leaders now trying to make a bit of a stand coming through from the north, trying to play that ridge line, but Ramsey also trying to sneak in a quick little bit of a contribution here. Meanwhile, Blackjack and the players there from Virtual Gaming still battling it out towards that southern edge. It is going to be Phonics now left to try and defend the Blackjack honor, but will they succeed in evading the hits as Morteza sends it through? We've got 1 round on the approach as well, trying to get themselves secured within the zone. But look at this. Down they go. Virtual Gaming, Blackjack, side by side. Phonics are having to try and find that position right, but they have been spotted. Quick little bit of a response. But again, these ridge lines just doing so many phenomenal things for the teams.
Absolutely, just using the terrain to their absolute best as Phonics now tries to close the gap on here with Virtual Gaming applying some great pressure as Gaddafi tries to step on up, but they just can't quite find the angle up until Phonics gets outside of the smoke.
Oh, I mean, that was the downfall right there. But still an absolutely crazy attempt coming through. However, leaders still sitting with all 4 players up, right? Moving in, 8 eliminations strong. And now trying to put their focus solely on Ramsey. They want to get this northern position under lockdown. Zero Tolerance in the meantime are going to be using the opportunity to advance themselves even further in towards the zone. Virtual Gaming having to deal with them on that front. But up comes the play. Let's see, Gary Boy now trying to clear it out. Oh, they spot that out. Ramsey, up comes the push. Is this going to be a 1v4 clutch, or will Leas take them down? Oh, 2 down. Almost getting 3. What? Ramsey clutches it out, takes down the entirety of Leaders Esports.
Yeah, look, let's just... We can... Yeah, no, we're going to focus on this a little bit later on, but now the question on all of our minds, and just for me to be able to calm down, is how Zero Tolerance going to stand for this, alright? They spotted out a little bit of those Ramsey footsteps, and now, with their superior numbers, trying to, well, pick up where Leaders left off, and hopefully this time, be the ones to reign supreme. But of course, Ramsey not looking to stop anytime soon, already picking up those insane 3 eliminations and holding a compound within the zone. They definitely still have opportunity left in them.
It took out the entirety of Leaders.
I'm still, I'm
Like,
shocked.
Zero Tolerance trying to move up. What are they going to bring, right? I mean, look at this clutch. Like, it's just going to go tuck, 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 tuck. All of them gone, right? Like, how? It's absolutely insane. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, 4 done.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even move on that building. If I know Ramsey is there, it's like, no thanks. I'd rather go to the blue. Because in the blue, you know what you're going to get. If you go to Ramsey, it's like, oh my goodness, well, good luck. Because, I mean, Zero Tolerance, they're still a full squad, right? We got Virtual Gaming on 3 players. But then we got the squad wiper hold up on that top floor, waiting for their next opportunity.
Yeah, well, let's take a look here at Ramsey. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, is going to get contained out of this final zone here, DK.
Well, I mean, there we know, right? There's lesson learned. Don't push on Ramsey, rather shoot from outside. Don't go inside. Go inside, bad idea. But of course, there's going to be Zero Tolerance and Virtual Gaming. Now fighting for that winner chicken dinner is going to be Gaddafi and Alpha Luigi. Left to defend the honor, but Gaddafi goes down. It all now turns to Alpha Luigi and Lord, lining those shots up to near perfection. Head after head. Oh, takes a swing at Alpha Luigi. Not making the necessary connections, but does put in a bit of damage. Alpha Luigi now trying to prep themselves for a bit of a push. Lord, Skydo still in a position. where they can move forward. Up comes Paradox. Oh, Alpha Luigi gets the confirmation, but the Molly is going to seal their fate. And that is going to be zero tolerance, locking in the winner chicken dinner. But an absolutely insane set of events that we had unfolding right here. Well done to Zero Tolerance for locking in that winner chicken dinner. 9 eliminations. What a way to go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I am still in a little bit of shock from that final set of events, DK. We keep talking about how these teams step it up. We keep talking about, you know, how fantastic Myth have been on Miramar in particular in the last couple of days, but I don't... How was I supposed to expect this?
I don't know. I mean, that's it, right? That's it. Like, Ramsey...
Woo.
Fill in the gap. But either which way, absolutely insane match coming through there. A very well-deserved winner chicken dinner coming through from Zero Tolerance. Virtual Gaming also putting up quite a bit of a fight. But, well, we need some time to process this.
Please.
So we are going to be moving into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than me.
If I hadn't thrown a grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys? If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena. Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, Miramar, right? If you missed it, rewind and just go rewatch that. We saw some absolutely insane performances coming through. But, you know, that is kind of to be expected moving into our very last day of this very last week of league play. And the team's really looking to rise to the occasion, looking to solidify their positions even more so. And of course, speaking about the teams looking to solidify positions, right? We need to take a look at the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure. And of course, as we know, right, Zero Tolerance took the winner chicken dinner with a 24 points in total. 9 eliminations coming through. We had Virtual Gaming sitting into 19th. But of course, the most surprising performance, even though it's not reflecting in the eliminations, right, was Ramsey there with that absolutely insane clutch coming through. But of course, Myth walking away then with that 13 points.
Yeah, picking up the entirety of Leaders Esports who are just above them with those 8 eliminations. They definitely didn't think that their Miramar was going to end in that way. I can absolutely guarantee it. But looking at the scoreboards, the last Miramar of the day, the last Miramar of the week was looking oh so spicy. And it's so good to see the teams once again just making me speechless. Like, we were talking about it off camera, DK. There is a handful of plays that have left me as bewildered and speechless. But that was up there. That one was just also good. But let's take a look at that second page and see what the rest of the teams were able to pick up. Unfortunately, just a handful of teams didn't really get the performances they were looking for.
Yeah, it's donuts, right? We have donuts once again. Nothing bad, nothing wrong with some donuts. I enjoy some donuts myself, right? But of course, Yes, donuts. Yes, because it's joy and donuts all in one. It's
Yes.
a donut. Yes. Jonut asked me what I meant to say there, but whatever it is what it is, right? Of course, VST, Triple, and the players there from Wave, all unfortunately not having any points for this particular match, but it's okay, right? They've already been seeing a few of those pretty strong efforts coming through in our previous matches, but that also then means that we are even that much closer to seeing who will be making it through into our top 12 for this week. And of course, looking at the highlights from this past match, I'm expecting to see one clip in particular, and you'll know it when you see it if you missed it, but just wait. It's coming right now.
Yeah, if it's not there, I'm gonna be upset. I gotta manually go back on the stream and rewatch it. But moving on in, Miramar was absolutely jam-packed with action. As we can see, Lazy Boy just getting absolutely, well, sent back into the lobby with an explosive finish. But here is that fantastic clip. The entirety of Leaders Esports moving on in. One gets stolen, but Ramsey is just there to pick up the trades after two raids, as we can see. Just, whew. It was spicy. Lord, why did you have to step in there and take that little one? Excuse me, did you not see the work that Ramsey put in?
But I mean, right, so Lord just made that so insane, right? Putting that literal cherry on top, right? Had Lord not done that, I don't know what would have happened, but dang, it would have been impressive, right? Either which way, so some pretty exciting plays coming through on our last Miramar for this week and for League Play. But of course, we now need to take a look and see how these performances impact our weekly overall rankings. Of course, 1 million still going to be holding on to pole position, but we are seeing that effort being put in by Virtual Gaming, trying to close that gap, right? Really trying to make that push. We know that Seoul Esports was sitting in second after Erangel, but now after Miramar, it's going to be Virtual Gaming trading those places up once again. But of course, the rest of the lobby still not really changing up all too much, right? It's still a consistent, steady flow for these teams, keeping up those positions and ensuring that they can at least solidify themselves where they currently are.
Is Flame Esports still hot on the heels of Team Myth, of course, trying to maybe take away that 6th position, but all of the teams, they have their goals, they have their objectives in sight. Let's just see how they can make them happen, at least as we move on to our next map. But of course, we still have one more page. Well, we have 2 more pages, actually, that we need to discuss for very different reasons. As we move on to the second page, we're taking a look at the teams that are finding themselves in the top 12 placements. Currently, once again, one round to being the gatekeepers for anyone moving into Livik, as Zero Tolerance tries to close it on up, just 8 points away from getting themselves a Livik opportunity for the day.
Well, I mean, this is going to be a pretty crazy play indeed, right? As you just said, it is still going to be a very tough push to see who's going to be those teams to secure themselves a play at Livik. I mean, Mad Knight also making a beautiful rise, right? We know Mad Knight, we saw them sitting a little bit further down earlier. Not necessarily today, but earlier in the week. And now look at the efforts they're bringing through. I mean, as we've been seeing, Mad Knight really rising to the occasion, stepping up, locking in those plays. But of course, it's the second page, right? Where things are only differentiating by 10 points, right? It was more. It was 21 points before. Now it's down to only 10 points.
Yeah, this just goes to show how these teams have been stepping up in such a tremendous fashion. And again, you can very clearly see the focuses that we're seeing from these teams, like the likes of TEAMLAG, Blackjack, and of course Legends of War, looking towards those eliminations with Super Young Stars. They've just been bringing in some fantastic placements, and hopefully either way, whatever their strengths are, they're going to bring them back for that Sanhok action. As we move into the close quarter combat of the day, well, the first one of the day, we know that the teams are ready, they are fired up, and they've got some fantastic momentum to go to show for it.
Yeah, it's time to rumble in the jungle as the teams make their way over into the lovely Sanhok. As I said yesterday, the mini Erangel, right? Either which way is going to be a very exciting play. As we know, Flight Path, Sanhok, it doesn't matter all too much. It is, however, a very centralized flight path, so the teams will be in even more of a position to reach where they want to go. But what's going to be more important is, of course, where that first initial zone is going to be forming, then how the teams will look to get themselves secured within those phases. But There's the Flame is going to be the first team with boots on the ground, dropping all the way down in towards Sami. We got Soul just over on towards that Ruins edge. But of course, up in boot camp, we do have a little bit of that hot drop action, right? It does seem like it's going to be virtual gaming, or at least part of virtual gaming, going toe to toe with 1 round.
Taking yeah. I
Ooh,
mean,
no, that's
I wouldn't be
leaders.
yeah, I was gonna say it is leaders once again. It is the rematch that we saw yesterday, and now we're seeing it once again. DBS action right up into your face as Knight picks it on up for the rest of 1 round. They are hot on the heels of Leaders Esports, and once again, for the second day in a row, they will be winning out the contention here over in boot camp.
Well, I gotta say, 1 round, really speeding it up this time around, right?
Just the sprays
mean-
of happiness.
Yeah, that's the adrenaline that we are looking at right there. Chico's so happy they trying to shoot at windows that aren't even there. Well done, Chico. But you can relax. Yeah, I mean that was insane, right? We're not even we haven't even hit 2 minutes yet, and
Goodbye.
1 round already went. You know what? It's fine. Let's just do it. And
But
they
again-
just kick into insane gear. Not even high gear. There's an extra gear, insane, right? And that's just where they're going.
And this is what we mentioned yesterday. 1 round, they had a couple of those days where Leaders Esports or either Legends of War were picking up the third-party angles. They were unfortunately finding themselves in a Sandra's position. We saw them yesterday step up the aggression and go towards Leaders' face with DBSs, with S12s, and say, listen, we're tired of this. Goodbye, thank you, come again if you'd like. And they did come again, and unfortunately Leaders with this exact same result. And after what happened on Miramar, I'm not going to say it, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we saw some mirages, right? You were talking about that wobbly vehicle that we saw. That's exactly what you're talking about. Right.
Yes, that one.
Yes, the
Mhm.
wobbly, right? That's what we had. But yes, in the meantime, we are going to be looking over onto the place here from VSC, situated up in towards Painan. Mowing, not too far off towards the north, just on the road. So we are going to be looking to see whether or not Mowing might take a bit of a detour and maybe venture up in this direction. I mean, I think it's a boot. Yeah, is going to be spotting out a potential position anytime soon. You can see Legends of War just up ahead. And a very, very bold move coming through here from It's a Boot, right? Just rushing straight on forward.
I do like the opportunity again, just following suit into all the action that we're seeing, from Miramar into Sanhok. Immediately, we are seeing teams just stepping it up, fashion they choose. But of course, the regroup should be happening here for Legends of War, most definitely. But VST also very far off from this position. Hopefully, they will be closing the gap sooner rather than later, as we might be seeing another contention so early on. This time, of course, it's Legends of War and VST on the chopping block. And we want to see how they're going to be controlling these angles.
Well, it definitely does seem like someone's upset with someone else. I don't know who, but whatever. I like being vague sometimes. It just I don't know, whatever. But it could be a bit of a position. I mean, it does seem like maybe Legends of War they wanted the side that VST is on, and they're like, you know what, come on, right? Give
We
it
like
back.
that building. Give it back. Yeah.
Give it back. And well, it
We were here
seems like it
first.
worked because VSC, they now just retreating back in towards Painan. Not quite sure what the play is here, but, Painan could be a little bit more of a favorable position to have under your control. So let's see how that goes, as we still have quite a few teams situated towards that western and southwestern side that, of course, being sold. There's a Flame, Arab Golden. And depending on where this next phase is going to be going, they could very likely be looking to rotate past Painan, right, as we know. But, of course, all will be told as the teams get to kind of decide where they want to go. That ticker is going to be ticking down. Blue Zone is making its approach, and that only means that the second phase is just mere moments away.
Mere moments away indeed. And what an interesting first phase we've already had. So I'm wondering how Sanhok is going to be reciprocating that and maybe bringing in a bit of a crazy shift or two. Maybe we head towards Cave. Maybe we head towards Trifecta. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The rest of the teams, of course, they are set very, very well up for this next shift, as pretty much every single team has some sort of a foothold in the zone. And yeah, rotation is not looking too hectic, but Super Young Stars now being caught on out by Legends of War, who just spotted them out and decided to have a bit of a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, Legends of War definitely up to something here, right? Already we saw them being quite aggressive on towards VST, just pushing them away. Now, they're not stopping there. Now they're venturing up the hillside, taking a bit of a swing on towards the super young stars. It is unfortunately Winky to go down next, but it's going to be up to the remainder of the team to see if they can bring in that continuation. But VST might now be coming back with a bit of a response.
Ooh, okay, turn it on and around. Super Young Stars trying to make a dash into the safety. Nossa goes down. It's only Messi still up and Adam, but looking to recover their numbers here. It is going to be such a tough battle if they were to do that, because Lashin is just holding such a beautiful angle. VST now moving on into this action as well, as Legends of War will get the confirmations, but at what cost? The time that they've spent here has just allowed the third party to move on through.
Oh, but this is that opportunity again, right? We did see a hit coming in behind VST, right? Very surprising, because the nearest team that we can see towards them is Seoul, and Seoul is still quite a distance off. But as we know, this is Sanhok, so anything is possible. But of course, VST, Legends of War, looking to push this altercation to the next level as we see that zone taking its position towards the western side once again. But this is now going to force teams situated to the east to lock in that rotation, right? Titan having to move up Darkness, Zero Tolerance, Lag, and even It's a Boot now moving in towards Flick, finding a great opportunity. That could spell the beginning of the end, maybe now for Legends of War.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, well, we'll have to wait and see. Again, nothing is confirmed because, as we know, players just have a tendency to absolutely blow us away with these amazing clutches. Now it's going to be up to Lashin and Powerboy to bring in some of that Ramsey energy and to take out the remainder here of VST if they want to move on forward with the Legends of War banner. Holding quite an interesting angle here. We can see the likes of VST looking for that flanking position here on towards Lashin. And of course, the opportunity for Powerboy, well, we'll have to wait and see, as they will at least try to get that regroup. But I don't think timing is on their side.
I gotta say, VST looking very excited, right? They just jumping, jumping for joy as we can see them. Just trying to sneakily take that approach, but Lashin holding up ahead. This could be a great little bit of a setup coming through here. I mean, a great little bit of an ambush happening, right? But it is gonna be that one victim, right? Hainsley is trying to explore the opposition here. Zuxi keeping a very watchful position, but Powerboy also just a little bit further up ahead, trying to get themselves set up. But they need to be careful because we just spotted Lag off in the distance, and as we know, Lag really looking to shake things up. So once they spot Powerboy in that building, it's going to be a pretty tough play to come through. But for the time being, it does seem like VST instead is going to be looking to disengage and focus their efforts a little bit further back towards Painan.
Yeah, we know there's no room for error in this Sanhok. The first and last Sanhok of the day as Paradox unfortunately gets caught out by Teak, which we know on Sanhok in particular. They are a menace. I will say that much. They are just absolutely terrifying, but it looks like there'll be a return here from the surrounding teams as Teak will be taken on down by Alpha Luigi as they try and hold the line here towards the zone, holding a fantastic opportunity to even take this a bit more towards the north, but for the time being, they need to give themselves space here, maybe even get the confirmations on towards Titans.
Well, it's going to be Titan and Virtual Gaming now looking to push this one even further, right? You see Axa yet again trying to move up, trying to get that race on towards the side there. But Alpha Luigi now just trying to fend off any potential sneaks. Oh, could that be the play on towards Puncher? Finds a bit of damage. But now it's going to be P6 also just looking to peer on through. If only Alpha Luigi knew how close they were to getting that knock secured. Oh, but this is now going to be opening up that opportunity. P6 on the approach alongside Puncher. Two very aggressive players. And they are going up against the one-man possession. But it is going to be Zook to find Teak again. One shot. Now trying to bring in a little bit of an easing play here, right? Looking to just remove some of that pressure. But Titans not making it easy whatsoever.
Yeah, but they have that hesitation. One shot spotted out that opportunity, so immediately gave the communication to Alpha Luigi that, listen, it's not just one, but it's two players that are pushing up to your position, and as they move on in for the flank, for the backup, this is where Titans suddenly need to reevaluate what they're going to be doing here. Titans is out, well, Teak is out, Axa is now out all of a sudden thanks to Zero Tolerance, so it's going to come down to the duo here of Titans to make things happen.
Oh, out comes the Balties. Out comes the Balties. This could be it, right? Puncher getting ready to just sneak on through, looking for a bit of a vantage point, just doing their due diligence before pushing over towards the res. But let's see, Alpha Luigi also keeping it steady, not going to be letting that position slide just yet. Instead, now, just inching their way a little bit further towards that window. But Zeus also providing a little bit, a good amount of coverage. But again, right, both Virtual Gaming and Titan need to get themselves back in towards that zone. It's going to be Skydo now. Come venturing forward on towards the Super Young Stars. Oh, Massey finds the trade and down goes Skydo.
Oh, well, there we go. The turnaround coming through, at least from one side of things, as Nossa looks for just everything could possibly find. A smidgen more would be what they're looking for here as they find Lord, and now the return has to be here. Vortex, the only member up for zero tolerance to get those trades on through and hopefully get some reses happening. But of course, Super Young Stars, they're holding the perfect line of sight here. If any attempt is going to be made at recovery, it will be straight into danger zone, as Nossa still keeping their eyes peeled towards this position.
Yeah, Vortex definitely going to be looking for a bit of an option here. But as you said, right, the coverage is there. Super Young Stars not going to let anything pass them by. Already we see a few shots is getting sent out to greet Vortex up on that ridge line. So I'm pretty sure it's at this point where Vortex could pretty much assume that they are going to be the solo for the team, right? Not only do we have the Super Young Stars on the one side, but we do have that extra potential pressure coming through from behind, right? We got the players there from Virtual Gaming as Lord now gets confirmed. And that is going to be all now down to Vortex. But I'm loving this approach being taken here by Super Young Stars, right? Beautiful anticipation of the whole situation.
No, absolutely. Again, there's opportunities lying in wait for the teams. It's just going to be about how they are going to execute their plans, how they're going to be tackling these obstacles that the teams keep throwing at them, because as we know, it's not just the teams, it's that zone moving on into the southern position, really allowing the likes of Super Young Stars, obviously, to capitalize on their position, take a little bit longer to, you know, run with those eliminations and pick up as many points as they possibly can, because we know the next few phases are going to be so chaotic as we still have 15 teams up and all fighting for position within the zone. As Slime 4KT in particular might have spotted out Desert Flame.
Yeah, I mean, like, leaders, they went down 12 minutes ago. Right?
It's insane.
12 minutes ago, right? Yes, we've lost a few players along the way, but the last team to get sent away was right in the beginning at the hand of one round. And now, as we look on to see where the teams are going to be moving towards next, we do have Virtual Gaming and Triple Esports on a slow, steady approach towards the zone. You can see Triple towards that northern edge. But VSC, they've now locked themselves in towards Pinut. So, going to be venturing up a slight smidge, but not too far just yet, right? They are going to be keeping a very steady position up in center zone for the time being. Vortex, however, is going to get greeted by Titan Gaming. As you can see, Axa moving right in their direction. We'll be keeping an eye on those red dots coming through on the side to see who's going to be the one to get knocked. It is, of course, Vortex. Off they go, right on back to the lobby to join the rest of their team. And with that, we are down to 14 teams as the zone now centers up even more on itself. And again, allowing the players there from Seoul Esports to just remain exactly where they are.
Oh, Triple Esports though, they've spotted out some good information here, at least in the form of Super Young Stars, taking some great opportunities here towards this ridgeline. And I mean, with that zone moving on in, they do need to find themselves some hard cover to work with here. As Titans, they just hold on back. They take in the information and see what their facility is looking like, already spotting out Virtual Gaming as well, so that they know, okay, where are these third parties looking for? Where is the pressure angles? What is the heat map looking in around us? Nossa, taking quite a bit of damage there, but will be able to just reach themselves back in and hopefully just keep the cover going.
Wow, B6 just laying it on thick as a one-shot. Gets spotted out and traded on down, but now Puncher also looking to get into the swing of things. Seven Reef with that beautiful anticipation, you know, just timing that shot, finding quite a bit of damage on towards the Super Young Stars. But again, right, those rotations are going to come through as it is now. Seven Reef to get taken down. The Triple are going to be forced sending it right onto Super Young Stars, and there we go. M7MD dealing the devastation. Messi sends out a nade to welcome them in. But will it be enough? As we can see Black 7 also sending out a nade in response. Finds a bit of damage, but not sufficiently so. Again, another attempt is made. But could this be the final blow? Could this be the finishing play for the Blaze here from Triple to take down the Super Young Stars?
Oh, it's going to be the question here, of course. Triple Esports, they needed this cover purely just for the opportunity into this next phase, but now they've got another one. They've got Messi up on the plate looking to pick up those elimination points and just give themselves a little bit more safety of mind, knowing that there's at least the 13 final teams back on Sanhok, and that nade will just be the perfect confirmation that we are down to our 13 teams. So at least from this point onwards, we've got placement points up for grabs.
Yeah, the sad part is right as Messi opened that door, they opened the door to the lobby, right? That was an instant play coming through right there. But of course, we are down to 13 teams, right? Still sitting with 40 players alive. And we are seeing a little bit of that congestion happening towards this northern territory, right? One round, Slime 4KT, Wave, Titan, Triple, all just showing this region. And of course, the rest of the teams all situated down towards the south. Bar for the players there from Darkness and of course Zeus all the way from Virtual Gaming. But Desert Flame now running into a little bit of opposition as they are greeted on that bridge. We can see the shots coming through. It is going to be Flacco down for the time being. So it now puts all the pressure on D-Wars and Six. But again, Seoul Esports being absolutely zone blessed. And our birthday boy having a good setup moving into the zone.
Oh, great opportunities lying in wait, and one round they can sniff them on out tonight. So happy is going to be jumping straight at the opportunity. One nade, one little bit of action here with the DBS. Could be all the confirmation here for Wave Esports to get sent back into the lobby.
Wow, Knight. Making Esa happy. You always like that DBS action, and of course I can see why. But now, it is going to be Slime 4KT looking to crash the party, as they have already taken down Chico. Now, E-Flex could be the next victim. Up comes the nades. Utilities are going to start to rain on down, but fortunately for E-Flex, they were able to get themselves just off of that little watchtower. But again, Knight moving up. Let's see, are we going to have that DBS come in? A little bit too range at this point in time, but I mean, it's not too far for the grenades to get sent across, and one being sent towards Slime 4KT. Will it find any damage? Oh, Plaza just jumping out of the way there. But unfortunately for the players here from one round, it doesn't make the necessary connections.
And again, they're fighting for this position coming through from the northwestern portion of the zone. They need to get a bit of an answer here, DK, because that blue zone is just applying that extra pressure for them to finish this off and get into safety.
Oh, come on. Ivlex not trying to reach on through the elevation here. Let go waiting in anticipation to see what's going to happen, but instead, Eflex now just moves further east. Slime also adopting the exact same strategy, moving towards that zone, but it is going to be Pronto down. And now Slime starting to run out of numbers. Eflex almost running out of health, managing to narrowly escape that blue zone damage. But again, there's still no certainty just yet, because he's Storm now trying to heal out in the blue. VST running into Soul, and this could be the fight for control of the southern edge.
Yeah, this is TEAMLAG Esports and Virtual Gaming just relegated to holding their positions out into the blue, trying to at least play it for a little bit of that placement damage here. But Seoul Esports now sending out a few welcoming mollies there towards VST Gaming, trying to clear up that space. Again, they unfortunately just got pushed out of the zone with that next shift, but they are really applying the pressure to, in particular, Vivo here from VST. And again, Seoul Esports, I like their position. I like the angles that they're moving on into the zone with.
Yeah, and Titan now trying to find a bit of a play on towards Darkness, because he's all already getting traded. It now goes to full victim next, and up after that is all going to be down to Iron. Looking to see if they can find a little bit of a saving grace here, but of course that blue zone is going to be dealing the damage. However, then Slime 4KT gets backed up as one round swoops on forward. Iron, gets taken down by the blue zone. That is the end of Darkness, and Titans now looking to regain a bit of ground as they now turn their attention right onto the players there from one round.
They want the compounds, DK. They want this position in the northern parts of the zone. It has hard cover. It has a perfect line of sight on towards Seoul Esports. So this could be the win condition for Titans if they can take a hold of this real estate as one of the only 3 teams, maybe even 4 teams if you count Powerboy, into this final zone. But let's just walk back into the lobby. Now we take a look at these 3.
Oh, 6 teams in total, right? 3 teams out in the blue, 3 teams in the zones we can see up on that map, but it's still the zone being in possession of Seoul Esports. So this could be their winner chicken dinner. Of course, 1 round. Also now just trying to make a play so close to that zone, just towards the north. Are going to be pushing up towards the roofs. But Titan down to 2, right? Not the most favorable position to be in. But as we know, that is not going to stop them. It is, however, going to stop them once they get spotted out as Knight reaches over the rooftop, spots out 1, spots out the 2nd, and that is the end of Titan Gaming.
Oh, I mean, I was talking about win conditions. This is a win condition for 1 round. Unfortunately, they just have to give up this position, this fantastic position that has allowed them to take out the Titans. Now they need to focus on Seoul Esports. They need to focus on the birthday boy and the rest of their team. Moving on into this final zone. Already with 4 eliminations, they are looking so strong. But 1 round.
Yeah.
Do you wanna take a guess at how many eliminations they have running right now?
All of them, right? Of course, Flacco is going to try and bring in a little bit of a disruption from out in that blue zone. Oh, quickly now abandoning that approach and instead is going to be looking to try and bring in a little bit more survivability. But up comes Hemo, as we can see, picking up that knock on towards E-Flex. We got Escanor and Knight also just up ahead, but it's going to be a great response to come on through as Knight and E-Flex are down. Escanor being the final contender, standing between Seoul Esports and a potential victory. Of course, there's the flame getting snuffed out. And now, Escanor up alongside that rock. Hemo is down for the count. Raouf going to be moving forward to get that res in. But Escanor, Omar could be facing off. Who will be the one to lock it in? Once Hemo is up, Seoul Esports will have 3 players to just try and secure themselves the zone. But here we go. The nade's getting sent out. Ooh, Raouf, that one doesn't reach all the way across. Not close enough. But look at the third party hits coming through all the way from the very edge. It is going to be Cacao there from Lag. Trying to steal those hits on through, but down they go. And now, down to the final 3 teams. Of course, we still have Virtual Gaming out in the blue zone. Omar trying to make a bit of a dash. And there we have it. It is the end of the road. It is going to be a glorious victory for the players from Seoul Esports. Walking away victorious. What a way to wrap up Sanhok, of course. Our birthday boy being in the party right here. What a way to have that happen, right? A beautiful, glorious winner chicken dinner and 7 eliminations to their name.
I would say that's the perfect birthday present on a day like today. So Hemo should be absolutely stoked with that performance from their team and bringing in such a beautiful performance against a team like 1 round who you didn't get the guess, but they were running with 15 eliminations. But while we just do a little bit of math in the background, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. This is going to be good.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. I mean, the action just keeps on building. Of course, we saw the players from Seoul Esports picking up our last winner with a chicken dinner over on Sanhok, and that only means that there's only one more game left to play. But for now, we are going to be focusing on Sanhok, and of course, we are going to be looking into those match rankings to see how many points Seoul Esports were able to secure. Of course, sitting on 22, but as is alluded to, right? The insane amount of eliminations coming through there from one round, coming in with 15 eliminations, securing themselves 25 total points.
It's delicious. It's delicious that one round brought in such a phenomenal performance. Of course, it was thanks to obviously the DBS action, but hey, it's good. It's either good. But looking at the rest of the squads, again, fantastic double-digit points coming on through from these teams. I'm liking the fact that we're still seeing Seoul Esports up here. Obviously, with the birthday boy, we just love to see that winner chicken dinner. But also TEAMLAG moving on up into 5th position. They were 12 points. That's going to be great for them on the overall standings. Desert Flame making an appearance as well. Legends of War in particular with TEAMLAG. Very, very happy to see them on this side of things. Obviously, they will be fighting tooth and nail for any and every piece of point that they could possibly find. But as you mentioned, only one more Erangel left of the day before we move on into Livik.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's time for bread and butter, right? But also second page time, right? As we get to see where the points are, right? Slime Fogety sitting on 3. We got Arab Golden and Triple also joining them on the exact same score. Super Young Stars making up with those 3 eliminations. And of course, Darkness. Even though we saw some crazy plays coming through, they only managed to find that one elimination alongside the one placement point, putting them on a collective 2. But I mean, leaders esports, I think a very unfortunate turn of events. Of course, they got bullied very early on over in towards that lovely
Yeah.
boot camp. But you know what? That was our early part of excitement, and then we waited a little minute, right, to see when the next bit of action was about to come on through.
And of course, they still have one more opportunity for the day. They are not, thankfully, in Group A, so they won't be sitting out for the last Erangel. They still have an opportunity to just shake up their luck and to get themselves prepped and ready for whatever comes next. Of course, we know the teams are fighting for their top 12 placement to get themselves into Livik, the actual last match of the day, because it's a special, special day on Sundays where you add that extra little bit of spice at the end just to see what the teams really have to show for themselves. But so far, DK, we've had a very surprising week. I mean, we started off with such a slow pace. We moved into this weekend, and it's just been filled with ridiculousness. I mean, the teams have been bringing just such incredible pacing and aggression that it obviously leaves me speechless, but leaves me excited to see what they're going to bring on a map like Livik.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams bring in a 22 elimination day. We've seen a 19 elimination day. We've seen 21. We've seen some pretty crazy numbers, right? All across the ballpark. But of course, Sanhok was no stranger to that, right? The team's keeping the contention up. We had the rushes come through. We had some insane performances. That's what we love, right? As we are nearing the end of league play, the teams are still just managing to build momentum, right? Regardless of all the other days that they've been through, right? We know that they've already been through 14 days of play. Today being the 15th day, it's like they are still managing to bring out energy from all over the place. We gotta love it though, because it results in some very, very exciting performances across the board. And of course, as we know, right, some of that energy could be thanks to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So it is going to be exciting to see what the teams are going to be bringing as they are getting themselves ready to move into that final Erangel. And hopefully they are going to be closing it off with an absolute banger of a match. As we know, right, last opportunity for our 16 teams that are going to be moving into this match to secure themselves those points. But that also then means that 4 of our teams, they've already concluded all their games for the day.
Yeah, the teams moving into this last Erangel of the day are definitely they're gonna have to switch the gamer mode on. They're gonna have to bring all of the action and make sure that their best performances are at least put forward, because this is literally the last Erangel of league play. I mean, just in general, the fact that we already had the last Miramar and last Sanhok just end off in such a phenomenal finish. What is the last Erangel gonna be holding for us?
I wish I knew. Well, the one part I know is that there's going to be a winner chicken dinner at the end, right? In a pretty interesting zone, as well as an interesting flight path. What exactly that will hold and what that will detail, we don't know just yet, right? That is part of the excitement. Looking to see what the teams are going to be bringing on forward. Of course, we know they are warming up the engines, making sure that everyone is buckled in properly before they start taking off to show us what that final flight path over on Erangel is going to be. But as that leaves me now with an opportunity to ask you, where would you not like to see the flight path come through from?
The north.
All right, well, we are going to be jumping straight on in. It isn't coming in from the north. In fact, it is coming through from that southern edge. You can see the lovely Sanhok Island down below. It is leaning a little bit towards that very Pier Promoska side, as we can see it over on the left-hand side. But there's the lovely Everest off in the distance. Ooh, all right. So we are going to be pulling all the way up towards South George. So again, a very similar flight path to what we had previously on Erangel.
Yeah, no, I mean, good opportunities. So for some of the teams, at least towards that do favor that Western approach. So, I mean, I'm obviously taking a look at 1 million. Georgia Pool's right there. You've got a good opportunity. One round, of course, towards the north side of Georgia Pool. Also have their best possible footing forward. Triple Esports there towards Hospital. They're going to be very happy with this in particular. And, of course, Arab Golden Soul Esports, thank you for going to Military Base Island. It feels lonely when you don't go there. So I didn't want any of those alternative drop sites this time around.
Yeah, I think it's all dependent on what the flight path, of course, allows, right? But as we know, it is going to be that opportunity for the zone to throw a few spanners in the works. Of course, the team's now dispersing, getting themselves relatively spread out. We're not seeing any potential hot drops coming through just yet. But, I mean, it could still change, right? We see Mad Knight putting towards that western side. VST dropping down towards the Ferry Pier. Of course, Lag on the opposite end. But look at that zone. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Isn't this almost what we had in the previous one as well?
Again, we had a okay. It was bad, right? The first time around, it was bad. But this is ridiculous. This doesn't even touch the flight path. This literally, it's like dropping the teams off at, well, basically from mosque and saying, okay, well, now make a drive towards Kamishki, please. Yes. Okay, so this is where the discussion comes on. And the teams that do obviously generally do go towards this area, like, not necessarily they might be playing here, but thankfully Slime 4KT is here. They're going to be heading towards the Sniper Liana. They're going to be finding themselves an opportunity to hopefully set themselves up earlier on. We can already see Slime taking off a fantastic set of numbers against Super Young Stars, while Legends of War and Myth duke it out here towards some crazy trench action.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy all the way on through, right? We want to see a little bit of that Pachinki action come in, but there's going to be Momin now looking to bring in that continuation. Powerboy, is going to get found out pretty soon. Malashin also now just trying to see if they can find anything on this side. Or will it be on the cards, though? I'm loving this approach coming through from Legends and Mad Knight. Oh, Myth, sorry. But who will be the one to reign supreme right here? As we know, a lot is up for grabs, right? The team's still vying for those positions. Looking to see who can be the one to make it not only into towards Livik, but they also want to lock in those positions towards the top 16.
Oh, definitely they do. But I mean, if we think about the situation right now for Legends of War and of course Team Myth that have been so fantastically, Legends of War, they have a lot more at stake in this last Erangel of the day, and they have to really put their best foot forward, because we know they're fighting for their position on the overall leaderboard. They're fighting to get themselves out of that 17th position, get themselves up into top 12, which again, at this point in time, they would need quite a bit of a bang of a game to do all of that in one single game. But maybe it will start just by them taking out Team Myth. Now, rotations coming on in as both sides just try and get themselves looted up. And we have to remind ourselves that, well, thankfully, they are one of the few teams taking these engagements just on the edge of the zone. But, I mean, we're practically in the middle of Erangel, and this is the edge of the zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to match number 5, right? That is what we want to see. Day 5, match 5, phase 3. This is how we conclude the entire league stage, right? Bring in such an extreme zone shift. But of course, we are seeing a few teams taking the plunge and getting themselves situated towards that more favorable kind of setup moving through, right? Of course, leaders all the way across over in towards Yasnaya. Slime 4KT now venturing back to their home turf. But they are going to be finding a few unwanted visitors right there. So it's all going to come down to how Slime is going to be looking to deal with these pressures once they eventually come to that realization, right? Because they don't know this yet, but we do. Of course, Blackjack also up towards the north. But, I mean, the teams on that western side, it's going to be a heavily congested rotation to come through. But I'm curious to see whether or not the teams are all going to start rotating up collectively, or are they going to come in a little bit more sporadic?
Yeah, it's going to be the question on everyone's minds, because we know all of the teams, there's so much at stake here. Slime 4KT just making a dash straight through Yasnaya Poliana. They're like, wait, what's happening here? Why do we have neighbors? Why do we have visitors in our surf? What's happening? Shadowin going to be greeting Pronto, not in the way that they were expecting, but at least with some warm barrels, as we like to say. And Slime, unfortunately, will... Yeah, they have to make a decision here. Are they going to fight for control of Yasnaya Poliana? Are they going to move up a little bit more towards maybe even Stolber or Kamishki, which currently that would be phenomenal. They obviously don't know what we know on the mini-map, but there are some really, really good positions on the other parts of the map.
But I mean, for Slime, this is pretty much the same as arriving home and there's someone on your couch.
Yeah.
Right? Which but you didn't know that there's someone in your house, right? You arrive home to find out you've got visitors, and it's like, oh my goodness. And then what now? Right? So it's all gonna come down to Slime and how they look to play this one out. But I mean, leaders, they're definitely gonna be bringing in quite a bit of disruption to that proceeding. And of course, speaking about disruptions, we are seeing quite a bit of that now happening all the way back over in towards Pachinki as Legends of War and Myth find each other. That DBS coming into the swing of things once again. We gotta love it as the teams look to create these upsets. But of course now, who will be the one to reign supreme and allow themselves the opportunity to rotate away from Pachinki?
That's going to be the question. Of course, Ramsey is on this side of things as well, so maybe they might have something else to say for it. But Lakshan, unfortunately, is going to be greeted there by Broly, who immediately says, well, good evening to you. And here, just please inspect these couple of bullets. Are they up to par? Are they up to code? Lakshan's currently bleeding out now, while the rest of the team has to scramble and make a bit of a decision here, because if they do go in for this recovery, which is obviously now going to be a complete waste of time, they will be in a 1-on-3, maybe even 4, 1-on-3 situation here. So Mowing, as we know, might just have to look elsewhere for safety.
Well, as we know, Mowing is no stranger to a challenge, right? They are pretty competent in handling themselves in some tricky situations. But looking at Myth and Ramsey, we know what Ramsey did, right? I don't want to go up against Ramsey. So Mowing's got a really good idea, right? Just keep running. Just keep swimming. Put as much distance in between yourself and that push coming through. And of course, Desert Flame. They're also now going to be joining the players here from Slimefork AT and leaders up in towards the ever lovely Asnaya Poliana, currently being smacked up center zone. And fortunately, the space here allowing the teams to move in but not face any major obstructions or oppositions just yet.
As we know, the teams are very, very behind on their rotations into the zone, just because of that crazy start we had on the last Erangel of the day. The zone all the way to the southwestern portion of Erangel. The flight path all the way to the southwestern portion of Erangel, when the zone decided to go completely northeast, well, at least as far as they possibly could in the situation. Again, Stolber, Kamishki, Lapovka, I mean, with prison, shelter, you really look at a handful of places that are still up for the taking, because the teams still have to make that mad dash into the zone. But it is going to provide a fantastic opportunity for teams like, of course, Leaders and Slimefork AT, even Desert Flame, who have themselves at least set up within a compound so center to the zone. They're going to be one of the very few to be able to actually capitalize on that situation.
Well, let's see just how much capitalization they have in mind. Of course, we can see that very dangerous streak coming through. Have Golden still all the way on Sosnovka. I mean, big ups to commitment, but, that could be a little bit of a costly rotation once they start making their way on through as the zone now continues further and further up towards the north. But again, even though we had all these teams taking the plunge, rotating north, they are not far enough north just yet, right? The zone just wants to pull them further and further upwards. As you can see, everybody now having to look to reposition themselves. Of course, 1 million are most likely going to be opting towards that kind of Stolber approach. But of course, Mowing, in the meantime, will be taking a swing down on towards Farok and, well, the ever-dangerous Ramsey.
The ever dangerous indeed. It is going to be a very interesting situation here for these teams, because as we know, especially Mowing trying to get themselves out of the situation, just trying to at least keep the Legends of War banner still alive, and the rest of the teams, well, they're going to be at least not hesitating, but a second guessing themselves in terms of when they should be taking these engagements. A lot of the teams obviously still making a dash into the zone as it continues to move on towards the northern portion, so they have to be very selective. Some things just really aren't worth it, as we saw with Mowing in particular. Why continue to fight with Myth when you're in a 1v3 situation?
Instead, Mowing has such a beautiful rotational pathway back into zone, right? It's open. There's no obstructions. They can securely get themselves resituated, but they don't have the information we have. And of course, now as we look a little bit further on towards that more centered zone, and it's going to be Leaders, 1 million, Desert Flame, Super Young Stars, as well as the players from Lag, all in pretty close proximity to each other. So this could be quite the heated position to be playing it at. But let's see how it goes. As everyone's just trying to get themselves set up in a little bit more of a favorable kind of angle here.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. We can see leaders already just keeping their eyes peeled because holding the center position of the new zone is going to provide themselves quite a bit of a challenge. We still have quite a few teams out in the blue, as we can see on the side there, making their rotation in. It's Mad Knight, Triple Esports, Myth, the Legends of War, well, in particular, moving just on the edge alongside Arab Golden, of course, still trying to dash into the zone. And unfortunately, that's just basically going to be what they're doing on Erangel, at least for the first couple of minutes, because the zone has been so brutal.
Yeah, of course, Arab Golden still trying to catch up. They could actually catch up to Merwing and a little bit of a position up ahead. Also, bumper cars being at play here, but Super Young Stars now trying to defend the compound here. Seoul Esports come on the approach. Weiss comes in with a bit of a spray there with that M4. Fortunately, not finding the angles. At least fortunate for Super Young Stars. But again, right, the only two teams situated towards this region, and they can actually look to continue this play as long as they want, at least for the time being, until that next zone shift comes through. But it does seem like Seoul are going to be looking to sneak their way around that western side, flank up, and maybe look to find a little bit of a better positioning, as we can see still a very, very trying zone to play at.
Trying indeed. And again, this next zone shift, I mean, where else are we going to be going? Into the water at this point in time. I can't even imagine how much more brutal it can get for these teams. Arab Golden and Myth, I'm sorry, hey, you're just going to have to keep driving on in. It's not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, there's no luck for these teams whatsoever, but we of course love that, right? It is going to be a little bit of that congestion now coming towards that southwestern side. Similar situation happening towards the east, but not as crazy as we have it there with 1 million and Seoul, as they know, make their approach. You can see Weiss trying to find a bit of an opportunity here, but it is going to be Lazy Boy to welcome them in, gets the shot and the elimination, and down they go. Right back into towards that lobby. The final opportunity done and dusted, at least for Weiss. But it's still up to Hemo, Rauf, and Omar. So let's see where they're going to be looking to find themselves. Of course, Zero Tolerance taking occupation of the building there. MG just driving right on by. Not even going to be stopping to say hi. Well, however, Lazy Boy still going to be raining down chaos on everyone that comes across. And of course, Senkei finds Nossa.
Let's turn it up, okay? Let's turn this up to 10 as the teams are moving in with the action. And of course, this is what we want. It's the last Erangel. Come on, let's give us the action that we've been waiting for, that the teams have been preparing over the last 3 weeks. I mean, it is a meal that we cannot wait for here, DK. Mad Knight already starting us off with, picking up at least a little bit of something, doing the damage. But of course, the eliminations have yet to be found, as 1 million find themselves in a prime position here to maybe take a piece of one of Mad Knight, maybe even Desert Flame, depending on how they're going to handle the situation.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to positioning at the end of the day. And of course now, Mad Knight still looking for that opportune angle to play at with Skola, doing a little bit of that due diligence. But Venom spots an opportunity onto with Tyson, sends out a warm greeting, but that is relatively quickly rejected, right? Tyson just narrowly escaping that knock. Desert Flame also still hanging around in the vicinity. So it could take quite a bit of a swing here, as we can see Beast also not finding the best position. We are, however, seeing the plays there from leaders, and VST moving themselves up in towards Stolber, with Lag taking a much more spread out approach.
Oh, Fantasy. If they knew the danger they were in, I don't know. I would agree with you. There would be shivers down the backs of some of these players if they saw what we have been seeing so far. But Leaders Esports here, one of our first teams finding themselves up in Stolber here with VST, of course. And they have got some great opportunities now. But the question is, again, just when do they get involved? Because we know all of the teams have crammed themselves into this third zone. Still 16 teams up, and Adam looking for their next opportunity. We know there's a few stragglers, yes. Okay, it happens. It was a bit of a crazy rotation for these teams just to get themselves here. But now it is basically like we're looking at a Sanhok. You know, it's now the biggest Sanhok happening here.
Yeah, it is the big Sanhok, not the tiny little Erangel going through. But of course, it is going to be 1 million to find themselves in a very favorable setup towards that zone. Mad Knight right there on their heels, but Slime with a slow, steady approach still coming through. Triple and Myth, though, are going to get caught in a bit of an altercation. Broly now being the last remaining hopeful for the team But will they be able to pick up those pieces? Of course, Brody now going to be looking to reach across. Oh, unfortunately, that nade not getting sent up high enough. But up comes the full send now from Reef, and they lock it in. Myth getting sent backing. And with that, down to 14 teams we go. But Triple now alleviating a lot of pressure. Wow! And the vehicles now just getting yeeted all over the place. Of course, Slime going toe-to-toe now with Desert Flame trying to find full possession of the southern edge, but Pronto will get traded, and DWAS now on an absolute rampage.
Bring the action on in. Slime for KT, unfortunately, feeling the pressure, but Desert Flame, they are just running with the momentum, looking for Koa, looking for Storm, looking to get those confirmations, and the breach might just be around the corner as Buden has spotted out a little bit of something. And Molly will be sent on through, just narrowly missing it, and Koa trying to give themselves the space needed to recover.
Oh, Buden so low on that health bar, but up comes Flacco trying to bring in a little bit of a saving grace. Koa now is going to receive even more damage. Meanwhile, the Super Young Stars get sent on their merry way, but here we have it, right? Slime not going to be backing off just yet. Instead, continues with the attempts. Koa trying to line up those heads, trying to play out a bit of a jump shot. But DWAS and the rest of Desert Flame, they've got their eyes set on Koa. Storm Pronto just holding on that edge. But let's see, is this going to be the one? Will we have Desert Flame push in and take down Koa, at least for the time being?
Alright, let's take a look at things as they are occurring. You see VST and Arab Golden, but Koa, let's step up to the plate here. Desert Flame, they try for that push, but they know who they're going up against. Surely, by the way that they are just moving on through. Koa will be going down. Slime for KT still up with one, but Pronto, what can they do in this situation?
Well, Pronto Storm is still in a beautiful position, right? Still having a little bit of that separation. But now, Triple Esports are going to come swinging in right behind them. Arab Golden, meanwhile, will get sent on away. But here we have it. The push comes through. Triple looking to maybe sneak in a bit of that third-party action. Pronto just on the edge. We can spot the players there from 1 million off in the distance as well. What's going to happen? Could Flacco find that nade? Oh, I think it's going to be a little bit of a push. I don't think it's going to make all the necessary connections just yet. But Triple Esports now, we're looking to capitalize as they sneakily move on forward. Of course, up in towards Stolber. It is going to be played here from Leaders and VSC now pushing that altercation even further. We got a Hansley, and it's a Brood holding on towards that eastern edge, but Leaders, they've got the gatekeeping position. Will they be able to secure the blade, or is it going to be all up to PRD and a Carry Boy? The shots will have to make their plays, but the nades come in, and that does look to change up the approach somewhat.
Oh, VST, they still have so many more nades that they can give Leaders. Not the way that they were looking for in this final zone, of course. Leaders now having to reassess the situation because they need to recover their losses. They need to move into the zone. It's currently occupied by only 1 million in Triple Esports, holding such a good position. Meanwhile, we've got Mad Knights and Zero Tolerance fighting it out there from the northeastern position, getting very close to that care package, wondering what's in there. You know, a little bit of an opportunity here for the teams. From the south position, we've got Triple Esports, Slime 4KT, and Desert Flame. We're still trying to get themselves situated as well.
I mean, this is going to be absolutely chaotic now for everybody trying to move on through. Aside from 1 million, right? They've got their position in zone already secured. Yeah, they just hanging back, having a blast. But VSC not having the same situation, right? Still trying to fight their way on through. Leaders also trying to find that more opportune approach to take. But Soul, they've got other plans for lag as they connect on through. Up comes Flacco, turning their attention onto its chemos. Are they going to be able to find the hit, though? Triple Esports still very, very instigated here. Let's see, could this be the shot? Oh! Yeah! The hits come in, and that is going to be Flacco to get knocked on down. DWAS quickly trying to patch themselves up, but it is not going to be on the cards. Down goes Desert Flames.
Hello, good morning. Well, it's evening, but I keep saying good morning because I feel like these teams are just getting a wake-up call as all the action keeps unfolding. We see 1 million now having at least a few neighbors, a few guests dropping on by into their territory. It is, of course, that one-on-one action, 1 round, 1 million looking for the victors to take control of this northwestern portion.
Oh, Knight almost getting that angle on towards Marshall. But as we know, almost is not close enough. Of course, now Venom going to continue with the barrage as they look to send out a bit of a retaliation here. Looking to find a bit of a play. For 1 round, also keeping their position pretty tight, right? That is great for shooting, but not so great for nades. Up comes Knight now, trying to push on forward. Senke sends one out. Is that going to receive anything? No, 1 round, still managing to evade the damage.
They're just ducking and diving right now, DK. I mean, they're making sure that they do not want to get the connections, but Senke, unfortunately, will get connected. Not the way they were looking for, as Eflex steps on up. And now the rest of 1 million, they need to recover their losses here. They still have quite a few more teams that they need to face off after they finish this up with 1 round.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Still quite a few more to go. But look at Lazy Boy, right? Picking up the nade. Is it going to reach? Oh, Chico, just on the opposite end. No, but it gets scary close. Oh, 1 million. Not going to be backing off. Already sitting on those 5 eliminations. But will they make it 9? Marshall now taking a little bit of damage. Seoul Esports also going to be looking to maybe get involved here. But of course, that zone now has taken a shift over towards the eastern side. And we don't really see any teams having a secure position. But up comes the nades again, right? I don't know where they find all of these nades, but somehow they just keep on managing to pop them out.
They raided the armory, they're looking for all of the barrage, and they'll be happy just to send it out themselves. Zero Tolerance, unfortunately, getting sent out to the lobby. But oh, look at this opportunity here from Knight, spotting out a fantastic flanking opportunity here towards 1 million esports, and they are completely unaware, just choosing the timing here, finding Lazy Boy, spraying it on down, but the connections are coming on through from the third parties.
Oh, that is going to be Lazy Boy to be found out. Black 7 reaching in all the way from that southern edge. But of course, as we know, right, that mountain really opening up all these ranged attempts. Marshall still on the front line. Trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of an opportunity. Nope, they get spotted. Down they go. Slime will get eliminated in the meantime. And now 1 round, 1 million, still in a position where they can continue this altercation. Of course, 1 round are going to be bringing out their vehicles. They are done with sending out the lead. Instead, they want to go for the unleaded approach. Let's see, will Venom potentially find a bit of a sneak approach? Trying to make a bit of a breach here. Oh, still an uphill battle. Down they go. Senke not trying to see if they can maybe patch it up, but instead the shots rain down. Now Lazy Boy, the final contender, left for the side here of 1 million. Also the final hopeful there for 1 round. Going to be making that mad run to get themselves away, but that is going to be the end of the road as Black 7 puts a stop to 1 million.
1 round still up for contention here. We got 4 teams left on this last Erangel of the day. Of course, it is Triple Esports that hold the best numbers. They still have all 4 of their players and a great position towards the southern portion of the zone. So Esports and leaders here towards the east, fighting for control, fighting for their opportunity to take this further. Omar getting caught on out, not having the right angles to work with here as Carryboy just moves on in with that line of sight.
Oh, now everything comes down to Rauf, right? Still just trying to lock down some kind of a position here. But leaders looking to make it quite difficult. 1 round also not going to be adding to that. But it's going to be Black 7 to get found out as PRZ heads right on through. Beautiful range assault. Here we go. Escanor coming through on towards Rauf. And this could be that final showdown, right? Oh, the confirmations have been secured. But here we have it. Gary Boy trying to bring in a little bit of a a saving play there for Rauf. But unfortunately, not finding the necessary shots, right? Still 4 teams remain. It is a 3v3v 2v1. But leaders now reduced to potentially 1. As we can see, Gary Boy to be the only player up and able to fight. But they do find the spray down on towards Chemos. But down they go as 7. Reef reaches across and puts an end to them.
Oh, we love the action these teams are just supplying us with at this point in time. But Triple Esports now, they have quite an obstacle. 1 round all of a sudden have stepped on up, and they might actually have a challenge of their own as Rauf, the solo for Seoul Esports, finds at least 1 from 1 round and now puts them in a position here. They are sandwiched, DK. They have pressure from Seoul, they've got pressure from Triple Esports. I don't know how they're going to get themselves out.
And well, Rauf definitely not a person to be discounted just yet, right? As we can see, them cooking up those mollies, sending it out. Eflex could be on the receiving end. Oh, it gets scary close. Did they find it? Oh! Rauf secures the knock. Down goes Eflex. Escanor now going to be the final contender left for 1 round, but Triple Esports they still have those triple players, right? They can still move on forward. As you can see, there's going to be M7, MD, 7 Reef now fighting the sprays on towards Rauf. Escanor hiding behind that vehicle. But if Triple Esports just play this one beautifully, right? This could be their winner chicken dinner to secure. Escanor going to be waiting in the car while Triple Esports just improve their own position, looking to get themselves just spread out through that zone. Kimos gets spotted on the edge. Could this be the play, right? Rauf not going to be backing down just yet. Instead, it's a bit of a vantage point. Oh, but down they go. Rauf gets ended. And now it is only Escanor waiting in the car, standing between Triple Esports and that winner chicken dinner.
They have no idea though. I mean, Kimos is looking towards this direction. He's like, hold up, there was just a player, but 7 Reef, M7 MD, they're gonna come in for that inspection. How, guys? Please turn around.
That's how. You know, someone's gonna be eagle-eyed and spot them out, find them, and send them away. Triple Esports securing themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner. 11 eliminations to their name. What a way to close off our final Erangel for the league play, right? Week 3 pretty much come to a conclusion. We still have one more to go, but what a way to close out our large maps.
Woo! I did hear your brain trying to just, combine 11 and eliminations there. 11 nations?
Yeah, eliminations.
Eliminations. It sounds like lemony. But that was a fantastic finish. Again, just a massive big brain play coming through from the teams. But while we go to a quick break, stay tuned because we've got so much more action. We still have Livik to take a look at. And of course, who's going to be taking all of those bonus points at the end of today.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms. but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, a very exciting day that we've been having so far, right? We know all the large maps have now been concluded. Next up, we are going to be moving into our very final Livik, right? To see what the teams are going to be doing. But of course, before we get there, we are going to be moving into our match rankings to see how the teams did over on Erangel. Of course, triple esports blowing everybody out of the water there with 11 eliminations, putting themselves on a very comfortable 26 points. But this first page is quite aggressive, right? Oof. Every team on here, over 5 eliminations. Well, 5 and up.
5 and up. It is a crazy start for these teams to pick up that many eliminations, and obviously that is going to spell a little bit of potential disaster for the second page, although I don't think it was too crazy. We didn't see those double-digit eliminations, so at least Mad Knight, Desert Flame, Team Myth will be able to pick up a great spout of points alongside, at least the one from Legends of War. The rest of the teams would have had to just rely on those placements, and unfortunately Erangel and Super Young Stars, they picked up all the points for today. But as we know, DK, all of this was to get themselves into the top 12, to get themselves at a chance there of Livik. But let's go take a look first at the upper moments while we wait in anticipation to see what's going to be happening.
Yeah, it was a very, very exciting game once again. Of course, it's not too often that we see Pachinki being situated on the edge of the zone, right?
Yes.
But, yeah, I mean, 7 Reef has brought in some really phenomenal performances there. But again, this whole zone was so challenging, right? It was at points, like quite literally an uphill battle for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, No, and it was a drive. It was a journey for the team, starting off with that southwesternly flight path, moving a bit into the northeastern zone. The teams, some of them just really were not having a great time, but Triple Esports, above all else, they turned it around. They picked up leaders, they picked up Seoul Esports, and even found, eventually, that last little solo hiding in the cars there from one round to take the winner chicken dinner. But as we know, upper moment's done, match ranking's done. We now need to figure out who's going to be joining us on Livik, who's going to be showcasing all of that crazy 2x2 action. It is so tiny. So let's take a look and see who's going to be turning the heat up.
Ooh, look at this though. We got Triple Esports jumping all the way from 11th up into 8th place. So a 3-spot jump coming through there from them. So really, really great play indeed. But of course, as we know, right, this first page looking pretty frosty, as we can see 4-2, 4, 2-2, 3-2. I mean, this is insane. But one round being the only team on this first page have not yet found themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner. But that speaks a lot to the capability coming through here from one round, right? They find themselves rubbing shoulders with all the other chicken dinner winners for this week. But yet, here they are, 7th place. 6 points behind Team Myth, who found 3 winner chicken dinners.
And then it's just the consistency that one round are showing. 80 placements, 82 eliminations. And I mean, you even saw them in that final moment of the previous match. But again, Triple Esports making a surprising performance, jumping up into the top 8. And these are the first top 8 teams to be joining us on Livik. Of course, we have to take a look and see who the other teams are, who the last 4 teams are to be joining them on Livik and bringing in the action. It was quite close on that second page. And again, there were opportunities lying in wait at the start of today. But of course, we know things really heated up. Desert Flame, Leaders Esports, Slime 4KT, and VST Gaming will be your last 4 teams to join our last set of teams jumping up into Livik.
You know why I'm laughing, right?
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because remember when we were looking at the groups, right? In the beginning of the show, all the other days, day 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I was saying that we need to see a team from Group C now step up.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We've got one right there. I'm not gonna point. Well, I'm pointing to a particular team, but no one can see who I'm pointing to. But you can pretty much figure that out, right? So it's gonna be quite exciting. Both our previous winner chicken dinners from Livik, both of those teams are also going to be playing in this last match as well, right? So this is going to be quite an exciting one to see whether or not my statistical analysis of Livik is going to be accurate at all. And also, we're going to be looking to see who will be the team to step up and claim that winner chicken dinner. I'm low-key hoping that I'm right, because I would feel amazing right about then. But of course, we need to take a look and see what the standings is moving into our final page. Legends of War, TEAMLAG, Super Young Stars, and Blackjack still very close to each other. I mean, there's no one team that has actually been left behind, right? The entire spread, especially moving from 14th all the way to 20th, still very contentious.
Absolutely. And again, a good showing from these teams. As we know, all of these points will be adding up to their grand total when we take a look to see who's going to be the 16 teams to come back next week. But unfortunately for this week, this will be their setup, at least for the bonus points of week 3. But again, DK, you will be looking at a very good opportunity, because there's actually 2 teams from Group C that are playing on Livik. So you have at least 2 opportunities to be right and fix the perfect pattern on the groups for this week.
I mean, speaking about patterns, right, we also need to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So, with Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And this is going to be the final opportunity for these teams to get that gamer mode on, to step out into Livik and show us what they can bring out, as they are only going to be 12 teams that will have this opportunity. We already know who they are. We saw them now on the overall standings. But of course, who's going to be that team to secure that winner chicken dinner and get those additional 10 points on top of the eliminations they're able to find? We know on our very first Livik, it was the players from VST Gaming walking away with that winner chicken dinner. On the second one, it was the players from Titan Gaming. So if statistics should have it, it should be someone from Group C. But of course, we are going to be hopping straight into that to see who will be rising to the occasion as we move on through. Of course, the flight path coming in from the edge. We can see the lovely Blomster just on the very side there. Of course, a little bit of that power plant action not too far away either. So that only means, right, that we've got a very centralized flight path. Of course, Livik being the size it is, you can reach pretty much anywhere, just about.
Yeah, no, the teams are they're gonna be spoiled for choice to see where they want to go, and hopefully for some of the new teams joining us into this Livik, they will, they will be looking at a bit of a surprise. So as we can see, Slime 4KT heading on to what I believe should be Refinery, depending on where they're going to want to land. Desert Flame and Seoul Esports, however, up towards Logistics Center, looking at a bit of a hot drop situation here. And that's the only two teams really that are in contention for their drop sites.
Yeah, but I am going to be looking at Seoul and Slime, right? Our Group C teams. No pressure.
DK wants to be right, guys. Please.
Yes. Let's see how it goes. But of course, Seoul already getting into a little bit of a hot water play, right? So it's going to be quite exciting to see how this one then pans out for them. Slime on the other side, they are all the way to that very edge, right? As we can see towards Refinery there. So we're waiting in anticipation to see what that zone is going to bring on through. It's really building the suspense. But of course, as we can see, Arab Golden, they also have a little bit of a visitor there, right? One of the 1 million players now kind of just sharing that space there with them.
Yeah, just spotting things out, just seeing what's happening on this side of things. It is, of course, Venom, who is just taking the scenery in, seeing what's Arab Golden's up to, maybe relaying some of, the all-important strategies up to the rest of their teams. But we do see 1 million, the rest of 1 million, jumping into the vehicles immediately. So I'm assuming the loot's happened there. Venom has been spotted out, jumping on in with that accent. so dangerous. Shotties, we know, DK. Hey, they were just too spicy.
Yeah. I mean, any day of the week, shotties are absolutely spicy. But of course, speaking about spice, the zone is going to be sitting towards that western side, right? Centering up towards Arab Golden and 1 million. So it's going to allow them to kind of continue on with the trend here. But it's also going to open up a few other avenues for the teams on those more surrounding areas to get themselves a little bit more improved with regards to their overall positioning. But for the time being, it's going to be crabgrass where the teams are going to be looking to just get themselves asserted.
Oh, good questions indeed. 1 million Arab Golden now holding such a beautiful opportunity. But who is going to be who's going to be capitalizing on this? Lazy Boy, at least, finding that confirmation onto ban. So it's a trade for trade as it stands currently. 3 for 3, and both teams still having good opportunities. Of course, 1 million, however, they're holding quite a bit of a pincer maneuver here on towards Arab Golden. But both of these teams need to find an answer to this action sooner rather than later, because I've got Titans, they can jump on in.
Well, they can jump wherever they want, but here we go. Angelo getting taken down by Senke with a beautiful rush. Marshall following it up with even more shoddy action, but of course Axa also then reaching in, finding Senke, and this is going to be that just absolutely insane capitalization, potentially coming through here from Titan Gaming, but of course, Golden also going to be falling victim.
Was just not having the best of days, and now Titans repositioning themselves into, well, a very dangerous position here for Arab Golden first. Then 1 million, they might be looking at the barrels as well. 1 million, of course, setting themselves up just a little bit more towards that edge of the zone. But, P6 out in the open. Ilias is going to be very happy to pick that up.
Yeah, very, very easy clap coming through on that front. But let's see, will Ilias be able to find any more? The only player locking in those eliminations for the team, right? So both eliminations, all thanks to Ilias. But Titan, 1 million, still going to be keeping up their defensive fronts here. And Ilias now needing to find a little bit of a better approach. Of course, there is a window open behind Ilias, so that could provide a bit of an opportunity for someone to come peering on through. But of course, we also see a few other altercations happening slightly towards the north. Axa now trying to make a dash, trying to get up. Could this be the opportunity for Ilias to lock in even more carnage?
Stepping on up, Ilias just trying to hold on, but unfortunately Arab Golden will be sent on back into the lobby, as we do see a bit more action tuning on up. It's one round finding Triple Esports, and Chico and Knight in particular dealing out the damage as Puncher starts to move on into 1 million territory. All sides of this map are turning the heat up.
Yeah, all sides point to the center, and this is going to be Seven Reef now trying to center that scope, but Chico says no, down they go, and that is triple esports wiped off of Livik.
So quick, DK. Again, I know it's Livik, but man, we are just getting entertainment after entertainment with these teams today. The last day of the third week, and it has been such a fantastic performance. Now, Myth, we know they brought in some crazy players, in particular one of those players. But now, can they duplicate that, and can they do exactly that against a team like VST?
Oh, you know, Hensley is going to be looking to put a bit of a stop to that, right? So you can see Broly now just trying to gather some extra additional information right here. Moment also on the side. But Farok trying to lock it in steady. 1 million gets taken on down as Titan swoop on forward, looking to clear it out. But of course, the fight will continue down towards Team Myth here. As we can see, VSC trying to reach all the way across, but still such a range. Unfortunately, those nades not really finding the most opportune positions.
Right, Ansley, what are we going to do in this situation? Myth, of course, trying to just look up for that information as well. VST taking quite a wide spread into the situation, of course, while Hansley is just holding this information. The rest of the team, they're trying to surround this current position here for Myth. So you can see exactly why Ramsey's just trying to figure out, keep a very good idea of what's happening in their surroundings. You know, this 360 vision, this needs to come in clutch for them. Otherwise, they could be finding themselves in that pincer. But Myth, we know they have what it takes. And Seoul Esports, well, do they have what it takes to prove DK right?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. It is going to be quite an exciting play, whichever way it goes. But of course, now the team's having to try and lock in these sneaky positions. Would it be on the cards for them? As we know, right, quite a few positions have a slight bit of points up for grabs as well. But up we come, Seoul Esports now trying to find a bit of a play to make here. Will they be able to secure that exact position? It's going to be a very challenging one. I mean, we see the players here from Desert Flame also now just try to find their approach. If I'm not wrong, I think this is Desert Flame's first Livik as well.
Yes, no. I'm pretty sure they've had to fight tooth and nail to get up to this position. That's why we keep absolutely just praising them for the performances they've been bringing up. You know, getting into 7th place, making sure that no doubts of their minds, of our minds, that they were going to be in Livik. Now they have something to prove. So yes, they're not a Group C, but just imagine if after all of the hard work they put in, they'd take that win on Livik as well.
You know what? Third time's the charm, right? Third time's the charm. But let's see. It is going to be all riding on Desert Flame. Whether or not I'm going to be right or wrong as they now turn their attention on towards Seoul Esports. Looking to push on forward. Finds a bit of an opportunity though. But Seoul also quick on the defensive here. Quickly just ducking back into that hard cover. Hemo, slow, steady sneak. Desert Flame starting to spread themselves out. They need to be careful because we have the players there from Leaders, also not too far away. But Leaders, they could be facing off against Slimefork KTs. We can see them holding towards that more southwestern side. But of course, Leaders pretty close to Power Plant. But here we have it, right? Buden inching further and further forward. Misses a great opportunity on towards Weiss. But will we see that hit? Come on, Buden. It's just a matter of time before something needs to happen. Of course, the zone is going to be focusing even more towards the north now. This is going to be forcing Seoul and Desert Flame to make a play.
Right, Buden up on the offensive here, looking for the information, looking for that breach line. Hemo is going to be spotted out just on the edge of the zone, but immediately, as soon as those bullets come on through, the rest follow suit. Hemo now up with the shotgun. But of course, there is still so much that needs to happen before we get an answer.
Yeah, quite a bit that still needs to happen. As you can see, Desert Flame bring in that extra bit of a spread. Up comes Omar looking to rush straight on forward. Gets the shot in. Oh, but 6 goes down. And now it is all down to their final remaining contender, right? Flacco looking to lock it in. But instead, that whole southern position is open for Flacco to disengage in towards, right? Is that going to be the play? Meanwhile, Titan putting up quite a few hits towards the players there. As we can see on the opposite end, smack dab center zone. Quite a bit of pressure coming through. Also over towards the eastern side, there's going to be VST and Myth now looking to see who will be the player, or the team rather, to have the East under their control. Myth, as we know, devastating play, but I'm loving the fact that VST has actually advanced so much further forward, right? At first, we saw them trying to play those more ranged assaults, but this time around, up close and personal, this could be the way to get it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a trade for trade, 3 apiece each for these two teams, and now they are looking for what could be in store for them next. In the meanwhile, we've got Titan Esports pushing on up into virtual gaming, trying to confirm them out back into the lobby, but it is going to be a 3-on-2 scenario with Titans actually on the back foot.
Now that was the players here from virtual gaming triggering the alarm, right? Titan now already just ripping it up. They've already worked their way through one round. They worked their way through the players coming through from, I think that was 1 million as well. But now, the next target is going to be virtual gaming. You can see Alpha Luigi just off in the distance up on the ridge. But Puncher is going to fall. And this is going to open up a great opportunity now for virtual gaming to kind of just rebound and get those hits. Axa, T, the only 2 players standing between virtual and a potential show of dominations right here and there. But of course, Titan already sitting now on 8 eliminations as VST also then fall to Myth.
Keep the action coming on in. Alpha Luigi sending out a bit of a welcoming nade. It does reach just a tad too far. We know Livik. It's tiny. It is tiny. And these arms from Alpha Luigi, they are accustomed to much larger maps. But we will be welcoming any of the utilities sending on in. In the meanwhile, Moment gets confirmed out with the blue zone, unfortunately. But as we continue, Titans, now they are looking for the assault. They are looking for that confirmation on Alpha Luigi. They want to take virtual gaming out as much as they possibly can, while Zeus holds on back a little bit up towards Hot Spring. What can Alpha Luigi now do in this situation?
Oh, there's not going to be a lot, right? It is going to be a very challenging play, but as we've seen these 1v4 clutches come through, it could still maybe be on the cards. We also have Zeus all the way off to that far, far edge, pretty close to Hot Springs. So maybe if Zeus decides to join Alpha Luigi, right, things could be a little bit better. But of course, we are down to 7 teams. We got the players there from leaders towards that western side. Titan locked down onto center zone. Slime towards the north. Then of course Soul towards the south. And Myth potentially about to approach from that eastern side. We still have Flacco in the mix, just on the outskirts there of Midstein. So they're not going to be sending up full on just yet, but instead going to be taking a little bit more of a cautious approach.
Yeah, no, just continuing up, seeing what they can find, getting the information. That is going to be the focus here for Seoul Esports. Of course, Titans, as you can see, beautifully holding the central most position of this zone, and they basically, it feels like they're just letting out the challenge. They're like, listen, here we are, we're in the center, we are waiting for you. Come at us, let's see what happens. Seoul Esports moving in from that southern position. Leaders now joining them from the western side, getting closer and closer. But for the time being, they're in zone. They've got time. They can wait for the compounds and see who is just lurking up in the grasses. Only 7 teams left. And of course, we know only had 12 to start with, but it has been jam-packed since the start of Livik.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. A lot of action. But that is just kind of what happens on Livik, right? But as we know, what happens on Livik doesn't stay on Livik because it is reflecting onto the overall standings. So the teams trying to lock in as many points as they can. Titans already sitting on 9 eliminations to their name. We know last week, when they were right here, right, they walked away with those 7 eliminations to their name. So already a much more improved approach coming through from Titans. They went from 6 to 7 to 9. And where are they going to stop? Are they going to try and reach all the way to 10? Of course, with that knock on towards Plaza, that is going to change up a few things. But of course, Axa now getting hit in a retaliation. So really fair trade-off. But leaders sneaking in on that western side. A good position to be having. But again, that congestion is going to come through towards the east.
Oh, that zone shift is going to provide such a good opportunity for leaders here. And Titans now holding their own up against Slime 4KT, moving on into their territory. Of course, we've seen Slime on Livik before, but they are looking to change this up in their favor. They want that winner-winner chicken dinner on Livik. And now, well, let's see if they can make it happen here. Puncher just rotating on out. Axa doing the same. Titans, they're only down to 3, so they're trying to keep their numbers up in check. But in the meanwhile, what a reach onto the birthday boy all across.
Oh, come on. Is this going to be the play, though, right? It's going to be Titan now looking to just get that possession dialed on through. Off goes Myth. Down to 6 we are. Twice to get spotted out. Oh, and the knock comes in. Wow. Teak just backing such a punch with those hits. Now Flacco also going to be making a mad dash, trying to get ahead of that blue zone. Slimeful GT now going to be looking to just get this zone under their possession. Meanwhile, Flacco gets traded as Raouf comes in with a little bit of that sneaky play. Slime still very good position, holding north. But the zone taking a bit of a swing towards that center. Right now, all the teams have to converge, and this is where the madness will come in.
Yeah, leaders, they've got a bit of a good step into the zone, at least 2 of their members within safety, but of course, it's not going to stop there. Alpha Luigi now getting confirmed on. Our Titans still under the pressure as well, thanks to Slimeful KT, so none of these teams out of danger just yet. And third-party action, I mean, it's just around the corner. It's Livik, of course. As we take a look at these teams now having to reposition themselves into the zone, it's Slime, 4KT, and Leaders to be your first 2 teams to step on in.
Oh, but it's going to be Puncher to spot a little bit of that storm action right then and there, right? Tries to get the confirmation, and off they go. It's now Plaza Goa trying to move on up, but Puncher just putting up such a position, making it quite challenging for Slime actually to get themselves anywhere near safety. But again, right, that blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. We got Zeus still out in the blue zone for Virtual Gaming. Let's see what's going to happen now. The blue zone creeping further on forward. Slime having no other option. They need to rotate. Monteza also just on the very edge, nearly within that zone. But unfortunately, Leaders have already secured a very strong positioning. Down goes Pronto. Oh, Plaza also gets traded. Now Goa, the final contender left as the blue zone moves in. Could this be the play? Quick sneak approach. Oh! Finds the hits. Come on, PRZ with a shotty. Is this going to be the one, though? Jump, down they go. Koa. Oh, my goodness.
Just narrowly escaping at least the opposition, but unfortunately, there is just so many members in and around the vicinity that are happy to take them out for the count instead. Of course, Titans looking at this 13 eliminations to their name, sitting in the zone, the first team and the only team currently sitting quite comfortably in the zone. It is Leaders Esports that are up as their first opponents of the day, with Hemo and Zeus out in the blue.
Yeah, well, as we know, last week, Leaders locked into second position, right? Let's see, is there going to be a repeat? But Titans, I mean, taking this a little bit far, right? I mean, I think it's because you said this is the little Erangel. They're looking to replicate their Erangel efforts here. Already, there's 13, oh my goodness, eliminations. But there we go. Shadowin has a good answer to that. Sends out the knock and finds that trade. It is going to be a beautiful play on towards AXA, and that only means that Teak is going to be the final hopeful. Down goes Hemo, and that is going to be the end of the road for Seoul Esports. Of course now, Titans, Leaders, still in contention, trying to fight it out for the zone. Zeus is going to be playing a little bit of that blue zone hill strat. But could this be now Leaders' game to win as they start pushing on forward? Oh! The first hit comes in, it's Scary Boy down. Shadowin, PLZ getting ready to push in. It's going to be Teak laying down even more smoke. Gets the confirmation. And there's now a 2v2 shuffle to the finish. Up comes AXA, looking to back up Teak. PLZ on the front line. Shadowin just holding back ever so slightly, trying to provide that extra bit of coverage. But of course, it's going to be that barrage of utility getting sent on through. That zone taking a beautiful swing even further away from anybody else. Shadowin getting spotted. PLZ getting pressured. Are they going to be able to get out of this pressure cooker play? Right, a few seconds remain on the clock, and it's all going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, no, Titans, they are just looking to just keep pressing on. Now, of course, Leaders, they are trying to recover their HP. Boss PRZ in particular, so close to danger, but it doesn't look like they have any meds left.
Oh, Teak taking so much damage. Or putting so much damage rather into what Shadowin. And up goes that blue zone. They have no other option. But fortunately for Shadowin, they're on the short end of the zone. Oh, tries to bang along to AXA. Down they go though. It is going to be Shadowin and the rest of Leaders to get eliminated. Zeus going to be looking to apply a little bit of that Sanhok strategy. Virtual Gaming on the first week getting taken out first. Second week locking in third place. Third week locking in that second place finish. What a glorious finish that is indeed. But of course, Titan Gaming just breaking the mold, coming in with 16 eliminations. Absolutely insane performance. I mean, they went over and above of what they've earned in the other two Livik maps together.
Titans, they had a title to defend. They had to be the champions of Livik, and they have just done this back to back from week 2 to week 3. They are winner chicken dinner winners, and they were absolutely dominating, picking up those 16 eliminations. So I mean, it's Titans. What do we really expect in this situation? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, they are just monsters, absolute monsters, but you know, the good kind of monsters, the monsters you want to play with, right? Play PUBG with, rather. You know, I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. But either which way, of course, a glorious victory coming through. So Titans, in the first week, they locked in 6 eliminations, right? Second week, they locked in 7. This week, 16. So just going over and above. And as we know, also those 10 points coming through from that winner chicken dinner is going to be putting them on 26 points. But let's take a look at the overall rankings to see where everybody else ended up. Of course, we do see Seoul Esports locking into 10 points with those 6 eliminations.
I love to see it. Moving on in, Titan Gaming really just stepping on up. But Seoul Esports from Group C, representing, picking up the 6 eliminations. And of course, Leaders Virtual Gaming following suit. And again, all of these points that they're managing to pick up here, this is just going to add to the overall tally of this week. When we start to dish out those bonus points, it's obviously going to also add to the grand total scheme of things as we look for that extra helping of bonus points. So all of the teams, 1, 2, 3 points, whatever it is, something might be better than nothing. Desert Flame, of course, rounding up the top 8. As we take a look, Livik was crazy. It was absolutely jam-packed.
Yeah, but a really good showing nonetheless, as we know, right? Titans, Seoul, these teams just locking in the place all across the board and making sure that they can secure these points. But of course, the VST, right? They got the winner chicken dinner on the very first Livik. This time around, they have to settle for 3 points, right? They at least have a 1 there. There's a 1 there. So it's a 1, 2, 3, right? And it's a good place to be, I'd say.
No, it's a fantastic place to be. So, again, just points one way or another to pick them up at this point in time. It's all just going to add to the overall tallies. The teams will be happy, hopefully, with the performances that they put on for this last week. And as we've moved in over the last 3 weeks, it has been quite a challenge for these teams to come back day after day, map after map. You know, whatever happened, they had to come back even stronger.
Yeah, and as we know, right, after this, there's only 3 more days to go. So let's take a look and see what the overall standings are, right? This, of course, is for the week, right? This is our week standings. So after 21 matches, 1 million are sitting on 303 points to their name. Seoul Esports, a few points behind, right? Sitting on 256 in that second place. And of course, Virtual Gaming locked in to 247. So some really, really substantial points being brought on through. But it's so great to see even more teams rising to the occasion, of course, right? Arab Golden, their first 2 winner chicken dinners they found was in this week. So a glorious performance that they've also brought out on towards that battlefield. You can see Leaders all the way up in towards 8th, making a great jump from that 10th position. So Livik doing some really, really favorable things there for them.
Absolutely. We love to see it moving on in, but it is just so good to see the teams really just placing such a heavy performance here on the last week. Again, the points looking so incredibly healthy. We've had in the last week or two some teams just obviously picking up the pace, rising above the rest, and then not really leaving much for the rest of the teams. But so far, the consistency has been there, and it has showed in those overall rankings. As we take a look at the second page, of course, for the week, we've got Triple Esports finishing off in 9th position. They with 155 points, right alongside and tied with Desert Flame Esports.
Oh, that is quite the beautiful place to be in. I mean, Desert Flame really stepping it up, right? As we know, last week, they found themselves all the way in that 15th position. The week before, it was 17th. And this time, they don't even go for a 2-place jump, right? They hop all the way into the top 10. So glorious rise coming through there from them. But as we know, it's been such a contentious week. The team's really stepping up and looking to bring it on. Of course, we also see the players there from Darkness that have moved from where we saw them on that last week. But as we know, right, page 3, this is what it is, right? These teams not having as much luck, but still it is pretty close. As we look at the point distribution, right? All the way from 17th to 16th, there's only 6 points separating those teams.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work on this side of things as well. We saw Mad Knights at least making it to the second page, so they said to do to their companions on this side of things. And of course, well, I mean, still the points that they picked up, 87 to 71, that's a very healthy showing, especially compared to our bottom four teams from the first week. The teams definitely stepping it up and bringing the action. And all of that has culminated into a very, very good showing for these teams. So that will be the first dosing of a bonus points that will be applied to these teams as we look for just such an opportunity that these teams have really had to work with. 3 weeks worth of PUBG Mobile. I mean, how many maps did we say that they had to play? It was like, what, 15? 15 each? 20 each?
But a week? No, 21 a week. 20, like unless of course they can get into Livik, then it's 21, right? But in standard it's 20. So that's 60 games in total, right? So with a maximum of 63 games being played to qualify and see who will be able to lock themselves into those finals. But as we know, it has been such a struggle with teams really coming in with some really surprising and very, very satisfying answers to these struggles. Right, stepping us, blowing everything and everyone out of the water. And that's what we love to see, right? Teams rising to the occasion. But as you said, this week's points was just one of the helpings of bonus points that these teams are going to be getting. Of course, we're also going to be looking at the grand total, the overall amount of points. And from that, will be even more bonus points being awarded. Again, a maximum of 20 to come on through. But as we know, from here on out, the next stop is going to be straight towards the finals, right? That is going to be all the way in next weekend, over on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, in which it will be 3 days, 6 matches per day, and we are going to be running through all 3 maps. But of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back in a short few moments. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League PMPL Africa Fall 2022 season. Absolutely insane action that we've had over these past 3 weeks, right? So it's been 15 days of non-stop action. We've seen these teams really evolving, as we've mentioned a few times, right? We look back at how the teams were performing on that very first day and compare that to how we see everyone now performing. It's such a vast improvement coming in across the board. But as we know, right, the teams have been playing to try and secure themselves their positions moving through in towards the finals, right? That is the ultimate destination, at least in the PMPL Africa, right? As we know, the teams wanting to achieve that point, and we've been seeing some really strong efforts being applied by them. But of course, now we are waiting to see who our top 16 teams are going to be moving through in towards the next section. Now, what's your takeaway on all the insanity we've had unfolding on the battlefield?
Okay, well, if I want to take it back to the first week when we started all of this journey, when we started, just the change up, the first question on all of our minds was, okay, how are the teams compared to their previous selves coming through from the spring season? What has changed? Obviously, we had a few new faces, we had a few, name changes coming on in, just to shake things up and to provide us a lovely new set of logos. But it did provide a bit of an insight, because we had teams not only taking part in other competitions moving up into this, we had teams fighting it out in the Middle East and Africa Champs, we had teams even taking part in the World's Invitational, and bringing all of that experience back into the region recycles that new talent, recycles that opportunity for teams to just force themselves to get better. They don't have any other choice, as we've mentioned time and time before, that if the bar is being raised, well, they need to catch on up. They need to continue to raise it up themselves and raise their level of play as well. So as we move through the weeks, we saw that different pacing being applied. Obviously, the change in format allowed the teams to really hunker down when it came to the eliminations. They were super aggressive. They were super active, looking for those engagements and starting them to finish them very, very confidently. And again, it culminated into an initial shock factor that we were like, okay, well, hello, welcome back. We are just taking a look at how all of the teams are just running those crazy executions. But within that, within the chaos that we see these teams, we still see such a beautiful performance in terms of the polishment they've had to do. I mean, the basics, DK, like running the bait and switches, getting the line of sight, managing, the expectations in and around you, keeping an eye on the vicinity. We keep seeing how they are improving day after day. And you even mentioned it yourself. It feels like we're not watching these players on mobiles.
Yeah.
I don't know. We know they can't plug in controllers. We know they can't plug in, keyboards and mouse and whatever else. But we can't explain this level of performance any other way than just say these teams have massively, massively improved going over the last couple of days and months, of course, leading up to PMPL Africa 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like what you have. This is where you would call them athletes, right? Because this is what they are, right? They are esports athletes. And I mean, they're showing a level of skill that is not easy to come by, right? It takes a lot of focus, a lot of determination, and endless hours of effort, right? Because it's really a skill that needs to be honed. So there's a lot of respect, at least from our side, towards the players, right? Absolutely insane individuals. But of course, we could use this opportunity to remind our viewers of our socials as well, right? Tell us what your highlights were from this entire season to date, right? We are still to make it into the finals, but out of the league play, what was your highlights, right? Be sure to hit us up on social media and include the lovely hashtag as you saw below, PMPL Africa. So really excited to look into hear what everyone has said. But now, let's take a look and see how these teams have performed over the previous 3 phases. As we can see, of course, Titan Gaming, right? Sitting there with 14 eliminations collectively over all 3 phases, right? That culminates in 865 points in total, sitting on 478 eliminations to their name. As we take a look at that second page, we can see also some pretty insane numbers. Myth sitting up in 9th on 479. TEAMLAG all the way then on 312 points, up in 16th position. So it's pretty safe to say that is our top 16 teams that are going to be moving through, right? This is all based on the overall performances over the past 3 weeks. Absolutely insane figures. I mean, The highest point that we can see there at the top was 865 points. And the teams that unfortunately are not going to be making it through into the finals are going to be the Super Young Stars sitting on 287, Mad Knights 261, Legends of War 257 and 5 points behind them, Darkness on 255. But what a valiant effort we've seen coming through from all 20 teams participating in this season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League.
It has been so good to see the teams and just how, again, they've shaped it up. Massive showing there from TEAMLAG. As we know, at the start of this week, we were applying a lot of pressure to them to make that push, to get themselves up into a fantastic position to move on into the top 16, join us back for the finals, and they made that happen. They brought in those fantastic executions, they got themselves to that point, and it was so good to see the teams really stepping on up. But DK, we've got two teams sitting on 800 points.
Yeah.
Last time we finished off with what, 765 for 1 million?
Yeah.
This time around, they obviously just, did themselves over with that one. And then we had Titans taking up another 100 points to add onto that tally. Whew.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. But the team's really putting in a lot of effort to try and increase their PMGC points as much as they possibly can, right? So some really strong efforts being brought through by these players. But of course, right, out of the 20 teams, we did see quite a few teams trying to step up. As we know, they were playing for their share of those bonus points. So let's take a look and see how many bonus points our respective teams were able to secure across these 3 weeks of gameplay.
It was definitely quite a bit of a push for the finish. As we know, they had 4 helpings of bonus points, 1 for every single week that they had to play, and then 1 for the overall bonus points, as we had to see. And of course, we know the Titans running at the top, they were looking so good to pick up the most amount of bonus points, but it is going to be pretty interesting to see. Alright, let's take a look at it. So Titan Gaming are going to be running away with only 4 points off from picking up the most amount of possible bonus points.
And as we know, right, the most up for grabs could have been 80 points, right? So these are the points the teams are going to be starting over in the finals, right? So 19 in the first week, 20 in the second week, 17, and then again 20 in this last week. So there you can see the breakdown. So we are starting with week 1 on the right-hand side, working our way left to get to the grand total. So some really healthy point distributions coming through. And as we know, right, all 20 our teams have been awarded those bonus points. But it's all going to come down to what they make of those points. As they move forward, this only gives them that extra bit of a buffer, but also a great opportunity to even improve on that even more so then.
Oh yes, no, it is so good to see. And again, just the pattern that we're seeing from these teams over all those 3 weeks, moving on in, they have really just showcased what a fantastic rise and fall of performances they've had to deal with. And it has been so good to just witness all of this action unfold. Of course, Team Myth, VST, being some of the next teams to pick up so fantastic bonus points. And again, it is going to be a massive start to jump into the finals, knowing that you might already have a leg up on your teammates, on your competitors rather, and being able to just have that safety net that says, okay, well, if we drop maybe 1 map or 2, at least we've already, in TEAMLAG's case, picked up those 22 bonus points. That's going to add that buffer that we need moving on forward. A big shout out, of course, to our 4 teams there towards the bottom of things, but they have done well themselves, picking up a fantastic set of points as well, and fighting tooth and nail right up until the finish.
Yeah, I mean, there was no point in which we saw any of those teams, falling behind. They really just kept the pressure up, especially moving into this last week. I mean, they just came in with some super satisfying performances. We've seen some insane clutches coming out as well. So, gotta commend all 20 our teams. You guys are absolute legends. And of course, we've had 2 birthday boys, right? The first one was Buden all the way back in that first week. And then this 3rd week, to round it off, it was none other than Hemo. So just another big happy birthday to both. We also had one of the producers have their birthday, and we are going to wish them a happy birthday pretty soon. So yeah, quite a bit of celebration going all around. But we are, of course, then getting ready to bring ourselves a little bit closer to the end of this evening's proceedings, and that only means next up, finals, 18 matches, and that is going to be the deciding 18 matches to see who will be moving in towards the MEA Championship and who will just get to look on as the others do.
It is going to be a fight for the finish, of course, as we know. Between Titans and 1 million towards the top, they've got a lot of pressure on their backs to uphold that scoreline. We've seen the change-up going through from the league phases into the finals in the previous PMPL Africa. It didn't end the way that anyone saw coming. So, of course, there's a lot of pressure on the teams that are sitting there towards the top of the overall standings to really just showcase that what they've got to take and what they're going to be bringing to the stage. As we take a look at the calendar, just to remind everyone at home when those dates for finals are really going to be. DK, next weekend, it's going to be spicy.
Yeah, if you look at your watch and it says the 3rd of October, you've missed it. Right? It is going to be on Friday the 30th. That's when we kick off the action. 30th of September. And we are going to be moving all the way through to that 2nd. So be sure to join us for some pretty non-stop action. It's going to be absolutely insane. I mean, based on what we've seen just in these past 3 weeks, I think the teams are going to bring out quite the surprising performance, right? Because I don't believe that we've seen these teams playing to their 100% potential just yet. I think they're going to give us that extra little bit of a boost once they move into the finals.
Oh,
I think that's where things are going to get quite scary.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if today was anything to take away from, it is the fact that we have some absolutely cracked individuals that are taking part in this competition, and they're not going to stop anytime soon because now they are playing for that share of that ridiculous prize pool, right? They want to get themselves into the top. They want to take the highest share, whatever they can, to finish it off. As we just take a look at the prize pool, just to remind ourselves one more time, as we know who our top 16 teams finally are.
Yeah, of course, as we know, right? League stage, done and dusted. Everybody walks away with $2,500 in the bank. But it's next week where it gets decided as to how much additional kaching these teams get to add to their kitty, of course, looking for their share of that $100,000. And our event MVP, right, this season's MVP is going to be awarded an additional $1,000 on top of that. But as we've seen the kind of bolt coming through these past 3 weeks, it's going to be a very tough call to see who exactly that MVP will be, right? We've seen it as we move into every match. On the left-hand side, we can see those names continuously changing, right? So there's so many potential players that could be the MVP, but who will it be, though?
That's going to be up to the players, of course, as we move in back next weekend. Already for today, I know, you've got a few names up in your mind as to who just gave you such a surprising performance. Even over the weeks, we kept talking about different players. Teak from Titans, Koa from Slime4KT, Ramsey today from Team Myth, picking it up and stepping up to the plate. But everyone has had those shining moments so far. We have constantly been changing the storyline as these teams have been progressing through their own stories of regression and of just betterment as they move closer and closer to the finals.
And of course, as we know, right, none of this wouldn't...
And of course, we just have to give a massive shout out to Monster Energy, of course, our official energy drink sponsor for the PMPL Africa 2022. And of course, none of this would be possible without Oppo Reno 7 series at least. So bring out your gamer mode with the much loved Reno 7 series. Of course, this one, I kept trying to figure out what the color was. It's leather. So if anyone wants to know, it's pretty awesome to have a leather back phone, DK. I mean, come on, that has to be ridiculously cool. Can you imagine? Just like no cover needed.
Leatherette, right? You just got it all leathered up and ready to go. So yes, with Oppo there, it's the Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. These lovely phones, right here amongst us, as you can see them over there. There's some really fantastic devices indeed. But of course, as we know, a big thank you going out to our sponsors for making this event a possibility. And of course, thank you to the teams, right, for being the legends that they are, really stepping up and showing great evolution across the board, just shaking the tables, as they would say, right? Gotta love it, but that makes us even that much more excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing once they step into the finals itself.
Yes, no, they are really going to have to, well, light the flames up because it is going to be a very hot and spicy weekend of action as the teams have to come back better than ever. They're going to have a few days rest, set themselves up, maybe go through a few of those VOD reviews, set up the plans that they're going to be employing onto the 6 maps every single day. And this time, they literally go from 4 to 6. They're not going to have any breaks whatsoever.
Well, of course, on that note, we are going to end it right here for now. Look forward to see you all back again on the weekend once we jump into the finals. Until then, stay safe, stay frosty, and we look to see you all back again on Friday.
Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give you just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor. Stop.